Cayman's top news headlines of the day from CMR.
Brought to you by J. Michael Fashion for Everyone. Good morning, Sandy.
Good morning, Blake and Aaron. How are you guys doing this beautiful, rainy Tuesday morning?
It is a rainy morning, man. It was a rainy night, too. Loud night.
Yes, lots of thunderstorms. So I love it, though, you know.
What's in the news this morning?
All right. So we've got a couple things. First of all, some more Cuban nationals landed in Cayman Brac. 4 migrants arrived yesterday, and they are now being processed by CBC. That's the Customs and Border Control Agency. Around 6 o'clock on Friday, apparently, is when they arrived. 4 male migrants were seen in Spot Bay, Cayman Brac. They've all been processed in accordance with CBC processing protocols. And by the way, on Friday, I think we forgot to mention this yesterday, there was a fire at the Cayman Islands Detention Center. And that is where the Cuban nationals are actually housed until, you know, their applications are processed and they reach like a certain, element of the process. Then they can be released out in the community and have a little bit more freedom. But there was a fire at that facility, and the authorities have said they believe that it's arson. So,
Really?
So they are investigating. Pretty crazy. The RCIPS is warning people of ongoing vehicle break-ins and thefts. This is after we're well aware of several vehicles over the weekend that went missing, including one yesterday morning. Literally, the owner of the vehicle was trying to pack up her kid and get ready for the morning commute. And the guy and his female accomplice, he jumped in the car and took off with her vehicle. She's like in the car seat and everything. Yep. So the police are warning people to be very, very vigilant. They're talking about, they're stealing items out of your car. Don't keep any tools, jewelry, electronics, money. The same guy was seen sleeping in somebody else's vehicle. So you've just got to be very, very vigilant. An elderly lady off of South Sound has now had her vehicle stolen twice in the space of a month and a half. And I'm thinking she needs the club on her steering wheel. Remember the club?
I do remember the club. What kind of car was that, by the way?
It was like a Hyundai something or another.
Oh, Hyundai. So yeah. Is that the brand of preference right now?
No, anything that they can get into that's easy to get into, basically.
Gotcha.
Pretty crazy. All right. Trying to find you a feel-good story here. Oh, yes. Here we go. Vogue dubs Caymanian designers work cutting edge. So Caymanian designer in the UK has received some accolades for his show. He put on a show at London Fashion Week, and he's gotten some really positive feedback with Vogue Runway referring to his work as cutting edge. So congratulations to him. Those are your news headlines this beautiful Tuesday morning.
All right, Sandy, we'll catch you tomorrow.
Have a good one.
All right. And you can catch Sandy's show coming up right.
All right, folks. Good morning to everyone. Happy Tuesday indeed.
Bigger, better, bolder. The cold, hard truth is taking talk to the next level. Right here on Bobo 89.1 FM, Cayman's Community Radio.
We are still spilling the tea.
And committed to being part of the change that Cayman so desperately needs. Join Sandy Hill weekdays from 7:30 a.m. for Premier Access, Cayman Voices, Truthful Thursdays, and much more. Cayman's #1 talk show is now bigger, better, bolder, and more than talk. Getting results with hot topics, consumer reports, court exposés, and more.
I've come to set the record straight. I've come to shine the light on you. Let me introduce myself. I am the cold, hard truth.
Now, from the CMR studio in Grand Cayman.
Live, direct.
It's the cold, hard truth. Now. Join the conversation on 345-936-2626.
That number again is
345-936-2626.
All right. Good morning, folks. Happy Tuesday. One quick second here. Let me sort out something here really quickly with the radio. Make sure we are live there. All right. Give me one quick second, everybody. Hope that you guys are having a wonderful Tuesday. Yes, it is definitely going to be a wet one today. I guess most of you heard that amazing thunderstorm that we had last night. On the one hand, I feel like we all need that every once in a while, right? Good bit of rain to wash everything off, and we all feel fresh and anew this beautiful Tuesday morning. So I suspect that the roadways are definitely wet, and I would encourage all of you to please take your time out there today, because we know what happens when you don't. So I'm getting messages. Oh, Sandy, this one's crashed into that wall or that person, or, just slow down, folks. Give yourself ample distance between vehicles, and you should be fine. So just as an FYI, in case those of you are monitoring the feeds this morning, we are back on a regular YouTube channel. So I'll keep the backup channel up for a couple days, but the idea is we don't tend to normally stream on the backup channel, because we want to ensure that if we have an issue with the primary channel, it's not redundant on the backup channel. So we only use it when we need to. So if you've been watching on the backup YouTube channel, switch back to the regular one now, because as of tomorrow, we will be on the regular one solo. So I'll make sure that I send that out, and I'm going to send out all the links now as well to everyone who are all the people. And it's literally 3 separate lists for the WhatsApp folks. So I know a lot of you wait until you receive those links from us before you tune in. Don't forget, we're simulcasting on Bobo 89.1 FM. You can also catch us live on Facebook, and you can also catch us live on YouTube. And the benefit of Facebook and YouTube is if for some reason you missed the show, you can always go back in time and actually listen to it. So you guys know what time it is. It's Tuesday mornings. And what happens on Tuesday mornings? We have Medical Rundown Tuesdays with Health City Cayman Islands. We love having them here. They always talk about truly amazing topics. And today will be no exception. So today we're actually going to be talking about something that I think about a lot whenever I get a little cough in my throat. I'm like, I've got that cough. So they actually have a cough clinic. The stuff that they come up with to me is so shocking. I'm like, what on earth is a cough clinic? Well, we're going to discover what it is. A lot of times we think that coughs can be nothing to worry about, but sometimes a cough can definitely be an indicative of something else that's going on with your health. So don't ignore little nagging and persistent things like a cough, right? So we've got Shamari Scott, who's a usual suspect here on the show. Good morning, Shamari. He's a chief.
Good morning, Sandy.
Yes, the chief business officer over there at Cayman Islands, Health City Cayman Islands. Dolphins won again this weekend.
That's right. Only 2 teams left undefeated, Dolphins and San Fran.
Oh, man.
And not only that,
you're on a roll.
Guess what the score was?
Oh, no.
70 to 20.
What?
Yep.
In an American football game, you can score 70?
Only 4 teams has ever scored 70. Dolphins are now one of them, and we were 3 points away from actually having the record, and we decided to kneel on the ball to end the game because we didn't want to, have unsportsmanlike types of activities, being that the Dolphins, are a classy organization.
Oh my God.
So,
who did they play?
3-0. We played Denver Broncos.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
we're rolling. We're rolling.
Yeah. Oh my God.
The Dolphins Nation in Cayman is very happy today.
I didn't know that you could even go that high in American football. So there you go.
Yeah, there we go.
Pretty crazy.
But see, so hopefully every Tuesday from here on out will be a good Tuesday. Hopefully.
Straight to the Super Bowl, he says. All right. So good morning to Shamari. So he's in an awfully good mood this morning.
Definitely. And Sandy, you're so right about Health City. Just, obviously we would have been dealing with coughs before because we have our pulmonology department, but we're always looking to innovate. First, when Dr. Archita came, and she saw what she could determine was going to be a lot of persons with sleep apnea. That's she had the push for us to develop our sleep lab, which we went ahead and developed. And as you would have seen recently, Tomlinson Furniture, in partnership with us, really fitted out so it can really be like a bedroom. And there are many different things. Our pulmonology, which has to do with the lungs specifically, deal with. Dr. Harsha, who has been on the before and is coming back, is our specialist that also deals with bronchoscopy, medical thoracoscopy, as well as USG CT guided procedures. But there's a whole list of different areas that he actually deals with. But when it comes to the cough clinic, it's something that he's spearheading and very excited about. And we look forward to him sharing, as well as for us to tell you that it will be on Saturdays at the Camana Bay Clinic. And once again, we just want to make sure that for whatever ailment you have, Health City is here for you, educating you and making sure that we can help you to live your best life.
Absolutely. All right. So let's go ahead and bring in Dr. Harsha Venkatar. I feel like maybe I got that right. Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Sandy. Hi, good
How are you?
Morning.
I'm good. Yeah, good to see you all. Yeah.
Awesome. All right.
So
Yes, so we're going to be talking about the cough clinic this morning. And I know, again, it's one of those things that can be kind of pesky and naggy, but like I said, I think it's a good idea to not really ignore it. If it's persistent, you kind of have to get an idea of what's going on. So let's jump right into it. Pulmonology services. So Health City, again, offers a comprehensive pulmonology services area. And what does that mean? So can you just run us through what your key area of focus would be, Dr. Harsha?
Yeah, like as already Shamani told, like, so we have been doing, we have been giving all the pulmonology services even before I was here. So, like Dr. Achita was covering the sleep medicine, and also she was also doing bronchoscopies, and also like the regular like pulmonology cases, like pneumonia, COPD, asthma, and chronic cough and chronic lung diseases as well. So all sort of things have been covered. I mean, she was also taking care, but now the idea of focusing on cough is like it's like something which is very commonly people come with, but we just want them to know that where exactly they have to go when they have cough, and whenever the cough is persisting for a longer time. So how that would it's because in pulmonology we have only few symptoms where patient present with, they either present with a breathing difficulty or a chest tightness or a cough. So these are the common presentation. But when we describe, like, cough can present in different ways, and based on the characteristic of the cough, so the disease or the underlying condition also differ. So that is why we want to focus on this cough, because one should know like where his cough can take him. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So very, very good. So good morning to everyone. I see a lot of people up bright and early, and some of you have noticed that the normal YouTube channel is indeed back up and with us. So good morning to everyone. So we have a question here from Ms. Cora. Ms. Cora says, does Health City have a urologist? And if not, why not? So not directly on topic this morning, but still a good question there, Shamari, for Health City.
Sorry, just finding the mute button. So currently, Health City does not have a urologist. We have one that's on the way. So soon come. We should have a urologist within the next month or so. We had one previously, but had some personal reasons and had to go back to India. So we'll have another urologist very shortly. Sandy, as you know, we always not only vet our physicians, but make sure they're top of the line and top of the game. So we're just going through that process to make sure we have the right person to come over here to obviously fulfill that portion of Health City's services.
Yeah. And sometimes it takes a while, especially when someone's moving from abroad.
Right. And, they have a family, children, and the such. So you have to take all of that into consideration.
Yeah. And you've got a lot to do paperwork wise on this end as well to make
That's
sure that you're fully
that's
compliant as well.
definitely correct as well.
That's an understatement, I know.
Yeah.
All right. So, yes, you're welcome, Miss Chorus. So don't come. Brother Tommy joining us this morning. Everton says that the Dolphins score 70. That's 20 over Denver. He says that you must calm down because this is just the beginning of the season. So don't get too crazy. All right. So let's stay focused and on topic. So some of the conditions that could potentially, I guess, cause or bring on a cough, Dr. Harsha, include, and we have a whole list of them here. Can you run through this list because some of these things might be very, very surprising, in fact, for people to learn.
Yeah, like there are, as I told you, like for whatever maybe the underlying condition, so the cough
Mhm.
would be the presentation. So it's like
Right.
when we say that patient is coming with cough, so he can be a patient of bronchial asthma, COPD, pneumonia, like if particularly if someone having cough for a longer time with weight loss and if there is a contact history, that may be a tuberculosis, which is very common in developing countries like India. So here we do not see much, but that is a very common disease to have someone presenting with a cough. And also, like we say there is a cough variant asthma, like asthma can present like as a cough. So usually people do not realize that whether it is asthma or something else. So that is what. And like like any occupational disease, like someone exposed to some kind of dust, smoke, or corrosive elements or some kind of hazards may also can present with cough. And also the lung cancer can also
Mhm.
present with cough. So it I mean, all the lung, I would say, like, and there is one more entity which is interstitial lung disease, which, like, usually, like, the people are not very much aware of it, but it is also common disease. And, like, interstitial lung disease, where the lung gradually shrinks over the time. So even that presents as a cough, like a progressive cough. So there are many entities here and many diseases underlying. So it is definitely we have to see why the person is coughing, if
Mhm.
particularly if he's coughing for a long time. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, some of the things on this list that I find really, really interesting is lung cancer, because lung cancer can definitely be, you know, a very serious situation, obviously. And I've known as someone who was young, didn't, wasn't a smoker, didn't have any of the other things that you'd expect of someone who has lung cancer. But sure enough, that's exactly what it turned out to be. And so it's best to have these things checked out because you never know. And in fact, I think when she first went to the when she first went to the doctor, they're like, oh, it's probably just whatever, like maybe just trying to get over a cough, whatever. But it was too persistent and it was lasting for way too long. And I think eventually it presented itself to be, something much more serious. So you guys have, I understand, an entire pulmonary team at your disposal, Shamari, at Health City Cayman Islands.
Yeah, that's correct. So, between obviously Dr. Archita and Dr. Harsha, they cover a multitude of different areas within pulmonology. As you can see from the statistics, for those that aren't able to see the screen, you'll see that Dr. Harsha, for instance, when it comes to diagnostic and therapeutic types of procedures, he's done over 1,000. Anything getting up over 1,000, you get to understand the quality as well as the expertise of the individual. And then we also have Dr. Deepesh within the sleep lab that also helps this helps for the sleep lab to be able to obviously run efficiently and for us to get the best results. So we have a good, unique team right there within the pulmonology department. It's great to have Dr. Harsha to come to help to fulfill that team, because obviously Dr. Archita was doing the lion's share before he came, but now he has brought his areas of specialty along with Dr. Archita. So we have what we would consider the best pulmonology team on island, not only on island, but when we look through the Caribbean as well, we get a lot of patients that will be coming in to take take advantage of the expertise that we have here on island.
Yes, wonderful. All right, so Dr. Harsha, consultant
Yeah.
neurologist with amazing experience.
Just to add to what you said, as they were doing before the procedures, but I would say like medical thoracoscopy, which we have not been doing before. So that is the idea to bring this procedure, because there are many patients where, because because of the non-availability of the service, either they were underdiagnosed or like they have to move out of the island for this procedure. So that is one thing, so they can get added services. And also we are planning to start with therapeutic bronchoscopy, so which is also an added services, so just to add to that. Yeah.
So, Dr. Harsha,
Which will definitely help the people around in the island and around, yeah.
Dr. Harsha, can you explain exactly what those procedures entail, so that persons can have a better understanding of what exactly is new and what it looks like?
Yeah, like to say that, for example, if someone is presenting with some pleural pathology, pleura means it's the space between the lungs and the chest wall, so that we say it as pleural space. If someone is having a growth there or some kind of thickening, I see people here, like particularly those who are exposed to asbestos, like chronic asbestosis can lead to mesothelium, which we usually say one of the malignancies, I mean the cancer associated with asbestosis. So for that, usually when we have to make a diagnosis, we have to get biopsies from the pleura. So otherwise, to get a biopsy from the pleura, they have to undergo a surgery, either a thoracotomy or VATS. VATS is a surgery where they do multiple punctures and it needs a single lung ventilation. So it is a more complex procedure, I would say, for getting a pleural biopsy. But by introducing medical thoracoscopy, which is a single port one, and we no need of one lung ventilation, and just with a minimal I would say like the general anesthesia, like we say it as a short general anesthesia, we can just take biopsy and come out. And also there is something called as like loculated pleural effusion, where the fluid which is collected in the pleural space can get I mean, over the time it can become like separate pockets, so which can be separated, and it's kind of, we can clear it off, so making the pleural space clear, and one would that will help to re-expand the lung. So, and it's like both diagnostic and also therapeutic. So sometimes we see like the cancer patients, they come up with recurrent pleural effusion, that means refilling of the fluid in the pleural space like often. So for them, we put the thoracoscope, and we can I mean, introduce chemical there. So we call it as chemical pleurodesis. So with which both the spaces will like adhere, and so we can prevent recurring of the pleural effusion. So these are the things which can do with the thoracoscopy. And the therapeutic bronchoscopy means like particularly someone coming with like it is like it is one of the services which we give as a palliative care for lung cancer patients, like mainly someone having a growth in the central airway, tracheobronchial central airway, we say it as, so which can be cleared off. We can put stent there, so that he can live for more time, and he can live in a better way, that too particularly someone suffering from a terminal lung cancer. So these are the advantages when we have therapeutic I mean, procedures which we can do in the island, so which we were not doing before. Yeah.
Right.
So
everyone,
Sandy,
yes,
yeah,
sir.
so Sandy, I mean, from everything Dr. Harsha said, typically there are certain cases where you would need major surgery, and now due to his expertise,
Yeah, minimally invasive things can be done.
Yeah, minimally invasive now versus the hard types of surgery that you would have to have done previously, which would have been necessary, but still now, as always, bringing minimal invasive types of procedures that make it better for the patient, and also still as effective as the other harder types of surgery that would need to occur. So definitely, once again, when we look at a team, Sandy, I'm bringing in other individuals in order to make that holistic type of care. Sometimes it's because obviously with the volume, you need an additional resource. However, if we're ever doing that, we always make sure that we bring in people with other specialized types of skill sets so that we can have the holistic picture here in Cayman in any one department. And that's where Dr. Harsha is definitely come in and help to enhance the pulmonology services as well.
Yes. All right. We do have a caller on the line. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program. Hello? Caller? Uh-oh. I can't hear you. Oh, my apologies. Let me try to unmute you on my end. That would help. Hello, caller?
Yes.
Oh,
morning.
there you are. Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
Pretty good.
Good.
I appreciate this conversation a lot.
Yes.
I'm going to relate my experience that's relevant to this conversation because at the time that it was playing out real time in my life, no association to any health issue even crossed our mind. And it was just a slight cough. It didn't even sound like anything that was anything to worry about. And it wasn't as regular as you would think it is. It's just like very once in a while thing it started out as. And it wasn't until one day my wife was about to go to work, and as she was walking out the door, she turned around and said something to me. And I kid you not, all I sensed was a very slight change in the frequency of her voice. That was it. And I used to do sound previously, so my ears are a little attuned to the frequency of a sound. And I said to myself, there has to be an underlying reason why the frequency would be different. And I said to my wife that she should go to the hospital and check it out just to make sure. It wasn't very long after that when I got the call to come to the hospital, and they had diagnosed her with cancer. And they said, well, she said, well, I need to get a second opinion. We ended up at Health City and spoke to Dr. Benoit. And I kid you not, when we sat down with her, one of the first things that she said to us was, you have lung cancer, and there's nothing we can do about it.
Wow.
The problem with lung cancer is it doesn't have any early warnings at all. Zero. There's nothing. By the time you get any sort of indication that something is wrong, your life is almost over in all probability.
Wow.
So if you're going to deal with something like this, you really need to get your lungs checked on a regular basis. Not
And of
like
course,
every year,
Danny,
but
she had no risk factors. She wasn't a smoker.
she wasn't a smoker.
She was young.
No. Yeah.
Relatively fit. Like she wouldn't have been exposed to asbestos because of any environmental work-related concerns. So
not to my knowledge.
Yeah.
But it's hard for me to rule that out completely. But I think what caused her to have lung cancer was the genetic mutation that took place in her own body. It wasn't like it was hereditary or anything.
Right.
But the point that I'm making is that if you're listening to this conversation, you think that it can't happen to you, I would implore you to think again.
Wow.
Really take on
And
the
can
social
I
media.
ask you a question, Danny? I know that obviously this is, you know, a very difficult conversation because we are talking about your wife Lydia. But how long did the cough, like when it first presented itself, although you suspected, oh, it's nothing? How long did that go on until that
Mm,
day that she decided, okay, I need to go to the doctor?
I think maybe about a month.
So it wasn't even like we're not talking about
No,
months and months.
no.
Wow.
She had a pain
Mm-hmm.
that was, and she was feeling in her back, but she
Mm-hmm.
thought that that was something else, and
Mm-hmm.
I didn't associate that with cancer at all.
Right.
And I was like, whoa, when I got the news, that's when I began to really learn how subtle your
Mm-hmm.
signs are.
Mm.
So
Wow.
don't think that,
Mm-hmm.
oh, it's okay, it'll go away. No, check it out.
Mm-hmm.
Check it out.
Thank you. Thank you
No
so
problem.
much.
Uh,
Really appreciate it.
Yeah, like as Daniel told, like so there are many similar stories which
Mhm,
I've been across. Like there are people who are like I mean, having a very healthy lifestyle, healthy
mhm,
food habits. Yeah, at young age, at around 40 to 50 years, so they still present with like with some of the symptoms like a cough or a chest pain and or some dullness in the chest. So
mhm,
that suddenly when we know that when we do a CT or an X-ray, they come up with a huge mass in the lung, so they would never notice it before.
mhm,
Because see, lung is a structure where like it is like a sponge, like it can accommodate like the growth till it grows up to certain I mean certain extent, so it can
mhm,
accommodate easily. That's why usually lung cancer presents at a later stage or at an advanced stage. So that
mhm,
is the whole issue. That's why we want to like we want them not to waste time going
mhm,
here and there, and whenever they have symptoms, so they have to come to the specialist, so that like which can be diagnosed early. So early
mhm,
diagnosis is the issue here. Like, so we want to make sure that they are diagnosed early and they are treated early.
mhm,
Yeah.
mhm. Yeah.
And
So, and just to be clear, I mean, I think everybody kind of knows what a cough is, but just to be clear, we've got a good definition here that coughing is a reflex action would help to
yeah,
protect the airway and lungs from irritants. So there's a lot of things, as we've already pointed out, that can bring on a cough. Sometimes it's just the air that you're around is stifling, or someone has sprayed something in the air, and your body's response to that is to try to cough because the lungs have, been irritated in some
yeah.
sort of way.
Like I would say like cough is a defense mechanism of our body. Like anything which is going in our air passage,
Mhm,
like other than which is a physiological thing, like that belongs to our body, so it will expel, it will try to put it out.
mhm,
So even the air which is not, like for example the regular air, so that is what we consume, right? So the normal air is what our body needs. But
mhm,
if there is an irritant in the air, if there is a smoke in the air, in the dust in the air, or if you're inhaling some foreign object into your air passage, you will try to expel. So that's how the cough is. Like for example, if you are getting secretions from your nose to your throat and which is trickling down to your throat, so you will have cough. So you will have to clear your throat frequently. So that's how, so it tries to expel anything which is coming in the air passage. So it starts from the vocal cord and goes down till the lung
mhm,
substance. As Daniel was saying, he, like his wife suddenly developed cough, and also he says that there was change in voice, that maybe because his vocal cords were involved, like when he's saying that there was a tumor in the lung.
mhm,
So it may be compressing the nerve there which is supplying to the vocal cord. So the vocal cord may paralyze or it may get weakened. That is when there is change in voice.
mhm,
So anything, any minimal change happening in the air passage, that will lead to cough or breathing difficulty. But cough is the most common symptom, I would say. Like, and if there is any growth in the vocal cords, they can have cough. Any growth in the air passage, they can have cough. But the problem with this is only the mucal linings are having the receptors, but the lung substance, they do not have the receptors. That is why only when it involves the airways, that is when patient start developing symptoms. So it all depends on the character of the lung lesion or the lung mass, where it is happening. Based on that, patient will have the symptom. So that is why usually they present very late. So this is only about the lung cancer, but definitely cough can be because of many other reasons as well, like a COPD, like asthma, like interstitial lung disease, which is again interstitial lung disease. I would again insist, because interstitial lung disease is like similar to cancer. Like, we have treatments for lung cancer, and we can increase the survival rate. But interstitial lung disease is one thing which is very difficult to manage, and the survival rate is around 3 to 5 years, depending on the type of interstitial lung disease the person is having. So that is why to diagnose that is also very, very important, where we cannot cure the disease, we can only slow the progression of the disease. So that is why to diagnose it at an early stage is very important. So we know that, cough is a reflex mechanism, but if cough is persisting for a longer time, definitely we should know that there is something which is coming in the way all the time. Yeah.
Very interesting. Thank you so much. Don't forget, folks, 936-2626 is a telephone number. If you have a question for our experts this morning, Dr. Harsh is here to answer your questions. And we do have Allie with a question. She says, quick question. I don't have a cough, but I have a pain in my throat every day for months now. Is this something that I can use this clinic for?
Yeah. So if she's referring to throat pain, definitely, so I would prefer her to go to an ENT surgeon. We can also address it, but we have to see. But usually, if it is a throat pain, it is so the airways can be divided into upper respiratory and lower respiratory. Upper respiratory is anything above vocal cords. So usually in anything which is related to upper respiratory, they usually present with this throat pain or painful swallowing, or even they can present as cough as well, or change in voice as well. So usually, so we can also address that. So that's not an issue. So what I feel is, whatever she is dealing with, it is maybe because of her upper respiratory, related to upper respiratory tract. So that's why if they can go to ENT surgeon also, that is also fine. So yeah.
Yeah, just to mention, Sandy, we also have a partnership with ENT in Cayman with Dr. Eki. So even from an ENT perspective, if that's what we deem to be necessary, we can also ensure to set up an appointment so that she can see an ENT specialist as well.
Okay, very good. So Allie, hopefully that helps. But I think the overarching thing, and that's what I love about these segments, is just to remind people that our bodies do all sorts of things. Sometimes it's like weird and unusual, but don't ignore it, right? So if it's, a cough, if it's, pain, something that's persistent that you don't have an explanation for. So obviously, if you're having some sort of respiratory issue, like you've just had a cold and you've got a sore throat, that's related to that. But if something is persisting and you can't quite put your finger on what the cause of it could be or what it is, regardless of your age, it is in your best interest to just have it checked out, have the experts look at it and sort of, it also puts your mind to ease that it's nothing more serious sometimes. So yeah, very good. Good question. So good morning to Sophia and everybody else that's listening. We've got about 260 people in the live stream and countless more listening to us on radio this morning. So types of cough. So there's actually different types of coughs that we should talk about this morning as well. So doctor, we have the dry, non-productive cough. I have that a lot. I find when I'm like talking on the show, so it's not associated with any sort of phlegm or mucus or anything. But I also feel that it is associated with sinus and nasal drainage. So if I take an antihistamine, it tends to clear up and to go away. And big shout out to my favorite pharmacist, She knows exactly who she is. She's always telling me, she always gives me a little list of stuff that, Sandy, don't eat these things. Stay away from your ice cold waters in the morning. Drink room temperature water. Don't eat the cheeses and the nuts. And she gives me a whole list of don't do, not things not to do. So let's talk a little bit about that dry, non-productive cough.
Yeah. So cough can be like, of different types. Like one is whether if it is a dry cough or it is a productive cough. That is one thing. And also if it is an acute cough or it is a chronic cough. So coming to this, cough can be dry cough. That means you're not bringing out any sort of sputum or phlegm in it. That is when we say it as a dry cough.
Yes.
Or wet cough is when you're bringing out mucus or sputum, or if you are bringing out some blood, or sometime you can bring out some kind of foul smelling stuff also you can bring out. So this is or it can be of different colors as well, like it can be blood tinge, it can be rusty, it can be greenish. So all sorts of things you can bring out when you're coughing. So that we say it as a productive cough or a wet cough. And so the underlying reason will also be different, so depending on the variety of cough. And coming to the other thing, like it can be acute or chronic. So acute cough usually remains for only weeks, I would say, like maybe 1 or 2 weeks. That we say it as acute cough. That usually because of any viral flu or any upper respiratory infection, like a pharyngitis, like a laryngitis. So these are the like a cold flu, so can lead to this, and usually it will resolve in 2 weeks. That is when we say it is an acute cough. But if it is from 2 weeks to, like, say 2 months, we say it is subacute, like, sometimes like viral cough can remain for more than 2 weeks, and definitely it will also come down gradually. And someone who is having a hyperreactive airway, like someone in asthmatic and who has a respiratory infection, so for him it may take more time to resolve. So that is also we say it as subacute. But if the cough is persisting for more than 2 months or more, so that is when we say it as chronic cough. So when it becomes a chronic cough, then we have to evaluate like why it is persisting. So that is important. Like we already have made a list of the diseases which can cause chronic cough, like asthma, COPD, and interstitial lung disease, tobacco associated, smoking, and any sort of occupational exposure can lead to this chronic cough. And like infectious diseases like tuberculosis can also lead to chronic cough. So but here there is there are common things, and which are not, I would say, which are not very, I mean, it's not a serious issue, but it is like kind of social issue, I would say. So the common causes include, like as you said, like the PNDS, we say it as like postnasal drip syndrome, for which they will have this constant cough and constant clearing of throat. So that will trouble all the time. So that has to be addressed. And someone having a reflux disease, like because of the reflux, we say it as reflux laryngitis. Because of the persistent acid, it can irritate their larynx, the vocal cords, and because of this, it is leading to inflammation and leading to chronic cough. Definitely this has to be addressed. And as I told you, cough variant asthma, these are the three important I would say, like it's not it is definitely it is very common, but it is not very serious. But definitely it is of social concern, because someone is coughing for a long time. So that is why we have to differentiate why someone is coughing. Is it serious or is it not serious? Because sometimes patient can still have cough, and we have to give them reassurance and say that, see, there is nothing here, and this is why you are getting cough. And like as you got the advices and remedies, we can give them the remedies and advices. Like for example, if someone is having pet at home, and and they do not know why they're having this chronic cough, when they say that, okay, you stay away from your pet, so that is when the symptoms can come down. So definitely, so that has to be addressed. We should know which are very serious, and also we
Mhm,
should know which is not so serious, but it is still bothering them. Yeah.
mhm, mhm. Very good. All right, folks, 936-2626. If you have any questions, again, the type of cough matters, the frequency, whether it's acute or chronic. And again, chronic coughs will last for more than 8 weeks and can be a sign of something a bit more serious. Acute coughs, sorry, tend to be, less serious causes, might last for about 3 weeks or less, and they tend to sort of clear up on their own. Some other causes of coughs include different types of respiratory tract infection. What's the difference between an upper respiratory tract infection and a lower respiratory tract infection?
Yeah, like as I told you, upper respiratory tract is something which is above vocal cords. Like someone is
Above
having
local
a
cords.
above the vocal cords, we say it as upper respiratory,
Uh-huh,
and below that is the lower respiratory. Like someone presenting with the bronchitis, we say it as lower respiratory tract infection.
uh-huh,
So pneumonia, it is like the lower respiratory which is involved. Like other
yes.
diseases, like like what, lung collapse, or like what we say. See, there are other causes of cough, like which is not so related to lung, I would say. Like for example, someone is having a heart failure can also present as cough. Particularly, they can present with nocturnal cough, or like I would say, like postural cough. Like when someone is lying down on his back, he may present with cough. A person with a heart failure can present with cough. This is why, because someone with a weak heart, they will have a like congestion of the lung, which will lead to airway edema, which again lead to cough. So we have to know why he's coughing, at what time he's coughing, at what posture he's coughing, what is increasing his cough, what are the triggering agents, how is getting relief. So based on that, so definitely the reason behind it also differ. Like someone with a pulmonary embolism, so like
Mhm,
they can present with cough, and pulmonary embolism is a life threatening disease, and which has to be addressed immediately. Definitely the same. So it's just not cough, the way, the type of the cough, and the mode of the cough, triggering agents, and the positional variations, all this matters. That's why cough is important. Yeah.
mhm, mhm. Wonderful. All right, don't be shy, folks. I see some questions coming in. I assure you that Dr. Harsha does not bite, and neither does Shamari, unless you're not a Dolphins fan. Then he might get a little bit salty then.
That's right. That's right.
So we've got post nasal drip. I feel like that's what the majority of my coughs are caused by after I've had a respiratory infection. It's kind of like what lingers behind. Lung collapse, hay fever, inhaling irritants, pulmonary embolism, heart failure, which I'm surprised that you were just talking about that, because I never really associated heart failure with coughing. So that's quite interesting. And
Yeah.
a question here that we have that ironically just came in was GERD. And this person said, "Morning, Sandra. Can you please ask if chronic reflux or GERD can cause chronic coughing and asthma like symptoms?" So it's on the list.
Yeah, definitely. Like, okay, go ahead.
No, no, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So there is a definitely there is a relation between asthma and reflux disease. Like, they go hand in hand. Like someone usually having a chronic asthma, so definitely he will be associated with reflux disease. Why? Because, like, someone who is having an asthma for a long time, so the diaphragm position will change, and the sphincter, we say that there is a closure between the esophagus and the stomach. So it's like a lid where it closes, and it doesn't allow the acid to come to the throat or through the esophagus.
Mhm,
So because of the change in diaphragm, because of the asthma, so I mean, because of the change in anatomy of the diaphragm, they can lead to this acid reflux disease. And, like, someone who is having reflux disease, can have increased symptom of asthma. And at the same time, someone when he's having increased asthma symptoms, it can lead to increased reflux disease. So so both go hand in hand. So that is why it is very important to treat both the things when someone is presenting with both asthma. So yeah.
So First Lady says, I have asthma, and I can tell you that the coughing that comes with that is not normal. Oh gosh, sounds painful. Another question that has come in by way of WhatsApp. Don't forget, you can call, folks, even if you're overseas. You can call us for free on the WhatsApp. This person says, if certain medications can cause a person to cough as well.
Yeah, some medications can lead to cough, like we say it as cardiac drugs. Some of the cardiac drugs can lead to cough, like AC inhibitor, enalapril, we say it as usually. So that can lead to cough. And someone is taking beta blocker like atenolol can present as cough, like, and some even a few other drugs when we are treating a lung cancer. So even that drugs can lead to lung fibrosis, which may present as cough. So definitely a few of the drugs can cause cough. Yeah.
Interesting. All right. Irvelin says, First Lady, if you have bronchial asthma, buy histotussin, the one in the plain yellow box that says asthma and allergies. You can find it at Value Med Pharmacy. Hope you get some relief. So let's talk about some of the things that people can do to actually get relief. So some treatments, good old saltwater gargle right at the top.
Yeah, it's someone particularly having postnasal drip syndrome and the reflux laryngitis, like, someone like the cough associated with the reflux disease and postnasal drip. Definitely the saltwater gargle would help them. Why? Because the cough is because of the congestion and inflammation of the vocal cords there. So definitely when we do a salt water is a decongestant, so that will reduce the congestion, and definitely the cough will also reduce. And antihistaminics, like as you personally have experienced it, like if the cough is because of the allergens, so definitely when we take antihistaminics, that will reduce the allergic response. So in a way, so that will also reduce cough. And steroids, so it's the same thing, so it will reduce the inflammation and reduce the cough. But at so we should know why we are giving and what we are giving. So why someone is coughing, to know that is very important before we treat them. So it can be masking also sometimes, like, they just go to the medical shop over the counter, they take medications for cough, and it will just suppress the cough, and we are not treating the underlying disease.
Right.
So it is better to know why he's getting cough and then get the remedies. So yeah, so like the cough suppressants what we give, so that would also help them. And inhaled medicine is what, like as I told you, like the cough variant asthma and COPD. So if someone is having these conditions, definitely we prescribe them inhalers, and these inhalers will definitely reduce symptoms, and also it will improve the underlying disease. So it is again, I would say that it is very important to know the underlying cause and then treat the cause.
Wow. Okay, so very, very good. So folks, yes, over-the-counter medication, the takeaway there can be helpful, but you've still got to know, kind of what's causing it to make sure that you're not potentially missing something. We've got another listener to the program who says that they have mucus in their throat for months now, and it's always, they have to be clearing their throat. It's worse at night, but it looks like it's stuck there, and it's very annoying. The chest cavity tends to feel full as well. Is this something that they should come and see you about?
Yeah. So definitely here, I do not know what exactly he's going through, but the secretions, what he's saying, it is in the throat. So that can be of two reasons. One is the postnasal drip. So that is the common cause where it is tend to accumulate when someone is sleeping. So, and also if he's having an underlying lung disease, definitely even that can increase secretion. See, normally lung will produce mucus secretion, and we usually swallow it because it is very minimal. But when the secretions becomes too much, that is when we say that it is not normal. So definitely we have to find out why he's getting excessive secretions, and find out why it is. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right, so go in and see Dr. Harsha at the cough clinic. All right, so let's talk a little bit, Shamari, about the cough clinic, where you guys are located, and how people can find out a bit more about it.
Oh, definitely, Sandy. So it's going to be Saturdays at our Camana Bay Clinic site. Persons, if they want to email, they can email us always at info@healthcity.ky, or they can go ahead and call us at 640-4040. Outside of that, we also have our Freedom from Smoking program, as you would be aware of, that we conduct at no cost, and that's Stop Smoking at healthcity.ky for those who have an issue with smoking that would like to see if they can, this go around, stop it as well. We always know that it potentially takes a few times before somebody will stop, but if you continue on that journey, then eventually you'll get there. We can definitely help you with that as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And in my opinion, when it comes to quitting smoking, folks, don't give up until you can actually quit. Sometimes it takes you a little bit longer, but the benefits that you will reap, even if you have been a long-term smoker, there's still benefits that you can reap from quitting. So First Lady's asking, why does her asthma medication make her feel so shaken? So side effects of asthma medication, I guess?
Yeah, so when someone is taking a bronchodilator, particularly when the dose is excessive, so definitely they can develop tremors, so that is why they have to be I mean, they should understand, most of the patients of asthma, what they do is they just keep pressing the inhaler, and they do not know what exactly the dose is. So definitely it is because of the overdosage. And sometimes, so patient, they lost to follow, over the time the disease can improve. So that is when we have to step down from the medications. So when we do not step down from the medications, so that is when it will cause side effects as well. So we have to know what exactly the dosage we are taking, so it has to be optimized. Yeah.
Very interesting. So even if you are a sufferer of asthma, you should continue to have regular checkups, because it can fluctuate in terms of how severe the asthma is.
Yeah.
And that might mean that your medication needs to be adjusted.
Yeah.
I hadn't even thought of that. There you go. First Lady, hopefully you can stop by and see the experts over at Health City, and they can give you some advice and just make sure that you're getting the right dosage. Andrea says, don't over puff it. If you do, you'll get tingling in your toes and fingers as well. And she says that she gets that. Wow. Oh my gosh. All right, folks. So Health City offering a cough clinic. This is a wonderful opportunity. If you have any cough related issues, please go see the pulmonary specialist. Dr. Harsha and his team are waiting to assist you, and to, sometimes it's just a matter of putting your mind at ease. Someone's asking, what's the cost associated with coming in for an appointment with the specialty clinic, Shamari?
That one I'll need to get back to you on. But typically our consultations will run, if you don't have insurance and insurance doesn't cover it, anywhere from 120 to 150 USD. So it's not too far out of reach, but if somebody needs us to work with them, then we'll definitely do that as well. At the end of the day, the important thing is, if you're having an issue, to get it checked out. So we'll make it available. We'll work through that process if needed.
Wonderful. All right, folks, thank you so much. Health City, Cayman Islands. Thank you guys, as always, for another informative Tuesday edition of Medical Rundown. Again, I find that I always learn really, really important things. I know the community does as well.
Perfect.
Thank you, Sandy. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Harsha and Sandy, as
Yeah,
always.
thank
Thank you.
Yes.
And
We have some questions not related to the somebody says love the show. Not related to that clinic, but someone says, can you ask Shamari if they have an STI clinic?
that we do not have as a clinic per se, but obviously with our internists and some of the other physicians, if somebody needs help coming for a consultation, I will definitely be able to do the types of tests that the individual would need, and also give the consultation as necessary. Now, an actual clinic for it, I haven't heard any physician pushing for that as yet, but definitely we'll take it back and see if there's a potential for that as well.
I heard that.
But if there is an issue, we definitely can also help.
I heard a clinic might be a good idea. Lots of patients out there for you. We've got Navarro asking an off-topic question, but still a good question nonetheless, which we have addressed, Navarro. But he says, off-topic, why does Health City not accept accident and emergency individuals, but instead have to send them to Georgetown Hospital, especially if there's an accident in East End? So I know we've talked about this before, Shamari, but why don't you give us an update on where you are? Because I think you guys were in talk with the Ministry of Health.
And the Health Practice Commission and the CMO. So Health City does accept all emergencies at our East End clinic, so our East End hospital, sorry. So it's not that we don't accept. The 911 provider is, in conjunction with HSA in Georgetown in regards to the ambulance as well as the 911 system. We're still working through, obviously, when we have our Camana Bay new hospital that will be opened as well, to see how we best cover the island for the benefit of all of the residents. So it's really with the ministry and the CMO, but they're working through it, and by next April, there'll be some defined protocols that, depending on where you are, that will determine who you go see, as well as, for instance, we have, cath lab as well as the cardiothoracic backup, Dr. Benoit and his team that everybody knows, that if there was an issue, either having a cath or not, that we'd be able to get you into our operating theater right away. And we and the HSA have the only ICU on island, the intensive care units, which obviously in certain percentages of cases, you will need that as well. And time is always of the essence. So we just look forward to continuing those conversations, and however Health City can fit in for national response, we will. Just like, when the pandemic was here and we had to work to make sure that we were able to get PPEs when all of the supply chains across the world closed down. We were happy to step in and to work with the HSA in order to get PPEs on island, and many different instances whereby I'm knocking on wood right here, the pandemic got worse, we were ready and able to bring in nurses to help with the issues that would have ensued here, as well as to help with the HSA to man the field that at one point in time was getting ready to get turned on. But then luckily the COVID cases didn't become as critical as we thought they potentially would be, and we never had to open that as well. So anything that the government and the country does, we're here for it, and we look forward to working with them on the emergency types of scenarios moving forward as well.
Beautiful. All right. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Have
Sean.
a great day.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So folks, it's all about the patients first and foremost. And that'll be my segue into our next conversation, which will be coming up here shortly, that it should be about the people of this country, putting them first. That really is the bottom line. So my heart is heavy today, folks. We're going to talk about it. Let's take a little bit of a commercial break, and we'll be right back after these messages.
Pasko sa panahon ng tag-init? Oo, eto na naman ang panahon ng Balikbayan Box. Kumuha ng inyong mga kahon sa halagang 75 bucks at punuin ito ng lahat ng iyong mga kalakal na papunta sa Pilipinas. Napakadali lang, kumuha ng inyong kahon, punuin ang inyong kahon at ibalik sa MBI. Ang miracle brokers ang bahala sa iba. Ang mga kahon ay darating sa tamang panahon para sa Pasko. Huwag mag-atubiling magmadali. Ang huling araw ay sa September 30. Tumawag sa 949-5989 or 814-244 para sa karagdagang impormasyon.
Friends, Caymanians, Whopper fans, I do declare that this king is... angry. The Angry Whopper is back after 4 years. Flame grilled quarter pounder topped with melted pepper jack cheese, hot angry sauce, crispy angry onions, iceberg lettuce, jalapenos, and tomato. But that is not all. You can now get angry everything. Angry chicken, angry fish, even angry breakfast. Ask for angry at Burger King and we'll add pepper jack cheese, angry sauce, angry onions, and jalapenos to any sandwich. Angry everything is here for a limited time only and only at Burger King.
I'm Kenneth Bryan, Minister for Tourism and Ports, and I need your help to keep our beautiful islands clean. Littering is unsightly and negatively impacts our tourism industry, which is crucial to our economy. Keeping our islands clean is everyone's responsibility, so let's all work together to keep the Cayman Islands beautiful for generations to come.
Be a part of the solution, not the pollution. Littering is a crime punishable by a $500 fine or 6 months in prison. Brought to you by the Beautification Task Force and Ministry of Tourism and Ports.
Ocean Ridge Heights offers an amazing opportunity to own a piece of land in idyllic Cayman Brac, right on the bluff, starting from $80,000. Located in a quiet residential area with high elevation, these lots are ideal for a future home or investment property and are sure to go fast. Cayman Brac offers a laid-back lifestyle, amazing pristine diving, limestone caves, diverse flora, along with amazing wildlife. Inquire about the owner financing options so that you can secure your piece of paradise today. With only a few lots remaining, these are sure to go before you know it. Contact Crichton Properties today on 345-949-5250 or info@crichtonproperties.com.
Recover Personal Injury Attorneys, helping injured people get what they deserve. Did you know that insurance companies have lawyers that represent their interests? Before signing and accepting any settlement, know your rights. Call us today for a free consultation at 924-9999. That's 924-9999. Recover. Your personal injury attorneys are on standby to assist.
All right, folks. Welcome back to the program. I see a lot of you commenting already about yesterday's program. Cameron, I make note of your comment. I'm saying that he knows that there's a lot of people who are probably licking their wounds today. And before I get into sort of a part two of today's discussion, I do want to sort of make some general comments, folks, about where we are in this country. Because, I don't... take any of this stuff lightly. I mean, believe me, when I have to sit here and tell you all the truth, whether you want to hear it or not, I'm obviously very, very cognizant of the implications of that, but I have to remain focused and knowing that the overarching implication, quite frankly, is that the people of this country will get to know the truth. And, there's something liberating about knowing the truth. Somebody says the internet is shaking. For who? For me or you? Try refreshing, because I don't have anybody else saying that, so I'm not really sure. Might be your internet on your end. And the good news is we've got both providers here, so if I do need to switch providers, I can do that, but I haven't had anybody complaining, so I kind of feel like it's probably not on my end. So you check your connection, honey jail. Remember, internet is a two-way connection. But listen, it doesn't give me any pleasure to have to talk about the MPs that we have put into office and that we have given an opportunity to try to help the people of this country. They have so many important things that they need to be doing. And I absolutely hate distractions. Like, when I have a job to do, I try to stay focused on getting it done. And I hate anything or anyone that gets in the way of doing that. And I feel right now that this country has a lot to be focused on. Our MPs need to be hyper focused on the business of the people. But there's been this history of corruption and nepotism. And, somebody said to me, well, corruption takes a lot of different forms, and that's for sure. That has happened for far too long in this country. And even when you get fresh blood MPs in there, unfortunately, it does not take very much for them to go off the rails very, very quickly. And I'll tell you my theory about this is because some of them were corrupt before they even got elected. Some of them, not necessarily because they never had the opportunity, but it didn't take long for that side of them to rear its ugly head. Miss Sonia says we're fuzzy on YouTube. Give me 1 second, Miss Sonia. Let me see if I can ascertain what's going on. Anybody else having any issues like that? Because if it's fuzzy for one and it's on our end, then definitely it's going to be fuzzy for everyone. So do let me know if I need to refresh the link in any way. But somebody else saying, nope, they're okay. So maybe try refreshing your feed, Miss Sonia, because normally if it's, nope, this person, Kevin, says not fuzzy on his YouTube. So that means it's not us, because everybody would be seeing the exact same thing. So just refresh it, refresh your feed. Sometimes you just need to close out your YouTube app and restart it. But yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right? I probably put way too much thought into these things than the average person should. But because I feel like, we're on the cusp of a lot of things going wrong in this country. And, when you don't know it, there's this saying that ignorance is bliss. That is so true. When you don't know that you're about to fall off the cliff, child, you just go hopping and skipping, and you're like 1 foot over falling off the cliff, and that's going to be the end of you. That's going to be demise, or the start of your demise, and you don't even think about it. You're like, oh, life is good, because you don't see what's coming. You don't know. You don't have the foresight to appreciate how precarious our situation is. And let me tell y'all something. As much as you guys complain about this country and this little island of ours, it is the best place in the world still. We have so much to be thankful for. And yet I am very, very pensive. I went to bed early last night because I was so drained yesterday. And I'm very, very pensive about understanding in my heart of hearts how close we are to really falling off that ledge. And the sad thing is, this is what y'all have to get. There comes a point of no return. There comes a point of we can't actually fix it anymore. You patchy, and that's what you do. I don't want us to get to that point. So I get up and I talk to people every day. I try to educate people. I try to say, we need to find that balance. I was telling someone this morning, I don't have the personality really to be an extremist on either fence of most topics. I am like, let's find the balance, right? I get it. We need some development, right? But we also need to be concerned about the environment, because we only get one shot at that. You screw that up, how do you bring it back? I just feel like my heart is just really, really heavy, folks, because I don't know if the average person in this country understands or even cares that we are going down a particularly dangerous road politically. And it struck me over the weekend as I was, gathering my information, talking to people, getting bits and pieces, listening keenly, not saying very much, because in times like this, it's important that you listen. The least you say, the better, because you got to be able to give yourself the space to take in what is happening around you. And so the level of corruption, it's no joke. And I don't, it's not a game to me. I don't take it lightly. My heart is heavy. I mean, literally heavy when I have to talk about these issues and when I have to bring these issues to the people of this country. And believe me, when I tell you, it would be so easy for me to just walk away. I got options. I don't know about y'all, but I can move back to the States if I really wanted to. I can figure that out. I can go to the UK. I got that UK passport too. I can go all over Europe. I've got the skill set to sit anywhere in the world and do what I do and actually make money. I don't have to be in the Cayman Islands. I be here because I love this place. This is, as the old timers would say, this is where my navel string is buried and where I hope myself to be buried. You know what I'm saying? This is my country. I've lived 15 years out of my life in another man's country. And there has never, ever been anywhere like home. I don't care about all the conveniences of being able to jump up and go to the store anytime I want and go to the mall and yes, cheaper cost of living and whatever. I will sacrifice all of those things to be in my own country because I love Cayman with all of my heart. And I see us going down a very, very slippery road. And I know that these MPs, a lot of them, not all of them, a lot of them are very, very self-serving. They're so easily bought out, and it is extremely, extremely concerning. So I have an opportunity to keep them accountable. And, after yesterday's show, they put a lot of pressure on people that shouldn't be pressured. I've had so many people call me like, Sandy, they think I've given you information. I'm the leak. I'm like, well, honey, you're like the fifth person. So how many people do they think are the leak? They're just going out, they're putting out feelers because they don't know how I get my information and where I get it from. And they are just doing their utmost best, folks, to silence the good people of this country. And if they can silence me, you better believe that is going to be a glorious day for corruption in this country, because I'm not going to stand for it. We talk about a lot of issues. We offer people some meaningful help. And, at the end of the day, there's a lot of people who'd be glad for, I wouldn't say a lot of people, to be honest. There are some people, and in fact, I think it's a very small minority people, my apologies, who would be glad for this platform to disappear because then they don't have anybody keeping watch on them. That's why I always say to you guys, when you come to me and you make a suggestion, like, oh, maybe you should get involved in politics. Why would I do that? That's so counterproductive to what we have been able to accomplish here in this platform. Why on earth? Who's going to be the gatekeeper? You know what I'm saying? Like, who's going to be bringing you all the news and keeping you informed and trying to keep these guys accountable? And if you don't understand the power that you have and the power of information and the power of getting this out in the masses, then I think that, we're not there. We have a lot of power with this platform, and I don't want you to underestimate that, because they listen. Sometimes they're listening and they're responding and you'll hear them saying stuff, but a lot of times they're silently listening, and the chitter chatter amongst themselves is, oh, you listen to Sandy and you hear her say this, da, da, da. If we had a little barometer that could measure how many of these guys are talking about CMR at any given time, I would dare say that was off the chart every single morning, because they're sitting there and they're paying attention. And it's important that you, the people, are paying equal attention to what is happening in this country. It is a necessary role that we all have to play. Right? So when people say stay woke, that's what staying woke is all about. Just being aware, being cognizant. Don't be hoodwinked. Don't fall asleep at the wheel. If you don't know what's going on in your own country, they win. If you don't understand how corrupt some of these guys are, they win. And them winning is a loss for all of us. the short-sightedness with which they're operating, the lining of their own pockets, right? Helping their friends, doing political favors. All this stuff is very, very alarming and concerning. After yesterday's show, let me see if I have my notes here. Hold on. This person called me and said, Miss Sandy, get your notepad ready. I got something to tell you about a certain MP. I'm not ready to talk about this MP yet, but this person needs to know that I am watching them. And this person told me a lot of stuff. Trust me, I wrote it down. I can't really show y'all what I wrote, but I wrote it down. I was taking notes. And I said to them, I need more information. People are afraid, Sandy. They don't want to talk. People know the level of corruption that's going on in this particular district and who's in it and the people that they're putting on boards and this board and that board. And I hear it, but you have to be prepared to give me not just information, but you got to back it up with something substantive. If someone is breaking the law, the Anti-Corruption Commission is there, and they will bring down anybody in this country. There is nobody that should be or is above the law. But you've got to bring not just hearsay and this one talking and that one. Bring whatever evidence you have, evidence of contracts, evidence of, anything. Bring it. Because that's the only way that we can deal with these people. They need to be in jail, is where a lot of them legitimately needs to be. So I hear you that people are afraid. And what I say to you folks is I very stupidly, in a way, take on the burden of not being in a position where I can be fearful. So if you bring it to me and you bring the evidence and the information, I will do my part every single day, despite the fact that there are times I can't stand the police and their, ridiculous ways. If I tell you how much I try to help them keep this country clean, you would probably be rather shocked and surprised. Everything from providing them with these social media accounts and websites with child pornography and these fight clubs and all this kind of stuff. As I get the information, I do my part and I pass it on to the police. I try to compartmentalize my feelings about them and sometimes their ineffectiveness in this community, because again, the bigger picture has nothing to do with me and my issues with them. The bigger picture is we need to fight to keep this country safe, right? We all need to do the right thing. So I have to operate in a space of little to no fear when I do what I have to do. So you're fearful. I had somebody else message me, Sandy, I'm a civil servant. I might lose my job, but I'm having issues with this agency and this is how I'm being mistreated. I take on the burden of helping people like you every single day. And it's fine. I can't afford to be afraid, because the day that I become afraid, Jesus help us all, well, where are we going to be? So, I put all of that aside, whether it's logical or whatever the case may be. I just push through it and say, we got to get done what we have to get done. And so, we have to stay focused. The race is not for the swift and the faint of heart. We have to stay focused. So yesterday, the progressives were posting, what's his name? David White was posting about, are we a government in waiting? And I just had to shake my head, because you see, they think it's all fun and games. And you know what? Someone like David, I'm going to be honest with you, he doesn't have the intellectual capacity of an ant. So I don't expect much of him. I'm just like, yeah, he's stupid. He's being played, and he does not even know that he's being played. I'm sure Al did encourage him to put that post up. It's sad because, at the end of the day, his level of that's why they like people like him. in political office. There are the people who are the movers and shakers in politics. And then there are the people who are just there taking up space, but they also don't just take up space. They're there to also support the initiatives of the ones who are the forerunners of everything. So Alden always requires people behind him who are going to be yes men and yes women. Okay? Alden does not like dissent. And this is part of, by the way, I've not taken my first sip of my apple cider yet. And y'all know we start to go off the rails a little bit when I start sipping on that, but that's coming. So just hold your horses. I've been sipping water so far this morning. But you know, Alden, people like Alden are able to get away with what they're able to get away with because they can find weak-minded people to follow, and they know their price. They know what they have to give them, you know, and so that's the end game here. And we have a bunch of weak-minded people standing next to Alden. Somebody said to me, well, Kurt Tibbetts is the one who's pulling Alden's strings and he's the real, you know, chess maker. I think that if we have to be honest, we all would know that Alden McLaughlin has elevated himself to, you know, the king on the chessboard now, and he controls a lot of these guys. You know, Kurt, I'm not saying that Kurt still isn't in the background doing some stuff, but Alden has very much stepped into that position. And so, you know, they're all smiles here, and they can post this up and claim that they're a government in waiting. That's fine. But, you know, it's a sad situation that this is all fun and games to them. Poor Barbara. By the way, Barbara, I kind of like the outfit. I mean, it looks a little bit like your nightgown, but it's a little bit cutish. At least you're kind of matching today. Because sometimes Barbara, I don't know, where's she getting some of them advice from? But anyway, that's the least of it. You know, Barbara is a yes woman. The only woman that the progressives has been able to have stick with them through thick and thin has been poor Barbara. And I know Barbara's going to get upset with me today. But Barbara, let me be honest with you, right? As a woman, I know the score, and I know how a lot of these things work. And when you have men that are able to use you, and, you know, we have to be very, very honest here about what our Caribbean men do, because they will use you quite literally and figuratively. And unfortunately, Barbara has allowed herself to be used in that manner. And, you know, the MO is the same. It's like, in order for them to use you figuratively, they feel like they need to be using you physically. It's kind of ironic in a way when I think about it. Same thing with Sherry Ann and Chris Saunders. You know, I don't want to get too deep into that conversation, but she's being used by him, and it's definitely on more fronts than one might be aware. And so why are you allowing this man to use you? Right? Barbara, why are you allowing Alden to use you? You think this man is ever going to leave his wife for you? I don't give two cahoots. If you name your boat princess, Barbara Queen, Barbara Lady, Barbara, the real lady is the one that the UK has given the title to, standing next to him at those events. You will never be standing next to Alden at no event in the UK, no matter what he tells you between the sheets. Stop allowing these no good men to use us. And I'm saying us, I'm going to put myself in the same category, because I think all women have been, you know, guilty of this at some level. And we have to stop it. They don't respect you. Okay? Alden will never respect you the way that you should be respected. And you might be a nice person, you might be, you know, whatever, but he will never give you the respect that you need and that you deserve and that you should be demanding. Sherry Ann, Chris Saunders will never respect you. His wife will always be the wife. Alden will never respect you, Sherry Ann. And I don't care how you guys bend over backwards for these guys. They are not loyal in any way, shape, or form. You're not even the only side piece. You're not even the mean side piece. You're not even the mean squeeze. So, you know, when I read this from David, he's thinking, oh, this is funny. This is all fun and games. I have to really just shake my head. Look at them, right? Look at this group. allowing Alden to control and dictate to them. But I tell you what, if Alden believes that him and Chris Saunders are going to make it, everybody else gonna fall in line. Joey's gonna fall in line. Barbara has already fallen in line and fallen under the line, right? We know John, aka Joke. He the biggest joke this side of the Mississippi. He was always in line. David not got no sense. Poor Mr. McTaggart, likable guy, but again, being hoodwinked by the likes of Alden. But Chris Saunders will not fall in line with you, Alden. The two of you, it's only a matter of time, are going to buck heads because you're too similar. You both are power hungry and greedy. He's soon be moving it. Well, I guess technically he's taking your leftovers, so never mind. I was going to say he gonna soon be moving into your territory, even with the women, but never mind. He taking your sloppy third hands and second hands and leftovers some years ago. So that part not gonna make a difference. But anyway. Somebody said in Bermuda, their women are considered political, the W word. It's so sad because women have the ability to move the needle in this country politically in a meaningful way. But y'all don't have the testicular fortitude to do so. Y'all could be, you know who I was dreaming about last night? This is so crazy, but the leader of what her name is there, Bermuda. Remind me of her name. I was actually dreaming about this woman last night and dreaming about taking a trip to Bermuda. It was so random and so weird. I went to bed so tired last night that I guess I could have been dreaming about any foolishness. But leaders like her, where y'all are worried about what her sex life is, don't worry about her sex life. Can I tell you one thing she's not doing? She's not out there in these streets making these political men use her. You can believe that. What is wrong with you people? Mia Motley, thank you. Yeah, I was actually dreaming about Mia Motley last night. Right? Y'all need to stand up to these guys. But if you, Barbados, I'm so sorry, but if you come in with a degree of professionalism, right? And you're not going to engage with these guys. Yes, I meant Barbados, not Bermuda. Thank you. And you're not going to engage with these guys at the level that they want you to engage with them at. They're not going to even allow you to be part of their little club. You can't be part of the club, Barbara, unless you allow all of them to take turns using you. Yes, David has had his turn. Yes, Alden allegedly has had his turn. Yes, Kurt Tibbett allegedly has had his turn. Who else? At some point as a woman, you got to say, hold on a second. Now I'm sick and tired of these men using me as the town bicycle, everybody getting to ride it. Let's develop our own self-worth and our own pride just a little bit. Because once you do it on a personal level, you will then do it on a professional level. As an MP, the day you sat there, I remember distinctly at Smith Cove, taking licks from constituents, and you started crying. Remember when people were protesting? And that was only a handful of protests, Barbara. Poor you can't even take no damn stress. You started crying about how these people were, they weren't accepting your agenda. They were not accepting your agenda, blah, blah, blah. Listen, Barbara, Joey was using you, right? Kurt Tibbetts came to your rescue that day. You've allowed them to use you too much for their own agenda. Had you been listening to the people of South Sound, you would know that they have no interest in you touching Smith Barcadere, no parking lot, no paving, no this, no that. Leave it alone, but you're not listening to the people. You're listening to these first-rate jackasses who all they want is a turn on that bicycle. Wake up. Think about the people that you represent, the young ladies, the young women that you should be representing in this country who need you to be their voice. We have so many critical issues that have not been addressed in this community that relate to women, right? Everything from maternity care, women's rights, in and out of the homes, domestic violence, all this stuff. You can't even speak up on any of this if it's not politically convenient for you to do so. And why? Why? Because you are the town bicycle, you are the town fool. And so everybody taking a turn. Now here comes Chris Saunders. He's soon be riding too. But let me be very, very clear. Understand both figuratively and literally what it is that I'm saying to you guys this morning. He is riding the donkey, John, because John is just a pawn in their game. Mr. McTaggart being ridden by Alden. Come on now. At some point, you either have to stand up and be part of the real solution in this country, or you need to get out of political office. Let me tell y'all something about Barbara. It is unfortunate and it is sad. When she was, you guys might not remember this, but I think this would have been the last time that Kurt Tibbetts was, I guess he was still leader of government business. I don't think he ever officially held the title of premier, but the last time he was in, and then their government got voted out, she was hired as his political analyst or whatever they were calling it back in the day, right? And so she was there with him when they got voted out. I remember Barbara couldn't find a job. And she was out there looking left, right, and center. Couldn't find a job. And I had a conversation with her. Please remember that I used to be a Progressives member and I walked away. I saw the shenanigans for what they were and I said, this ain't me. I can't be part of any organization that seeks to control people's minds and the way that you think and the things that you do. If you don't fall in line with them, it ain't going to work. And I'm not a fall in line kind of person, especially when the line ain't straight. So I said, at the time, I wasn't part of the PPM then, but I said, Barbara, I said, send me your resume. Let me see how I can help you. Oh, Sandy, I am never going to get involved with these guys again in politics because you see what happened when they get out. Nobody can help you find a job. Kurt Tibbetts couldn't help her find a job. Alden, he riding it all he want, but still can't help her find a job. As many connections as he supposed he had, nobody couldn't help Barbara find a job. And you know what happens in this country? If you don't have a job, you're not going to be able to eat. And I don't care who you are. These are the realities of it. So I said, Barbara, send me your resume. I might not be able to find a job for myself, but I've had very, very good luck finding other people jobs. So just send me your resume. And I sent that to a particular company. Guess what? She actually got hired for the job. It's so ironic and so funny. She said, Sandy, I'm done with politics. I'm never going to touch this again. Well, that was short-lived, apparently, because I don't know what they do between the sheets to convince you otherwise. But not only did she go back into politics, but she actually ran for political office. And she got elected. She was telling her inner circle and her close friends that she had no intentions of running. She wasn't going to run. And when they jump up and heard her get nominated, they were all shocked and fell through the ground. It's something duplicitous about someone who can do something like that, I say that to say this. This is one of the reasons why she refuses to give up that job. She still works her regular job full time and can't take care of the people business because she knows the writings on the wall. And the day that people in Windsor Park really stand up to the foolishness and stop listening to crackheads like Andre and Sasha to help her get voted back in, they're going to move her and they're going to put in a decent representative of the people. So the day that happens, her plan B has always been actually her plan A, and she has full-time employment. You all think it's a joke. I'm just trying to break it down for you. And they're all trying to line their pockets so that the day they don't get elected back to office, they're still going to be just fine. These people are very dishonest. And I need y'all to know the truth of what it is that you're dealing with. The truth is a very difficult thing to deal with sometimes. It's a hard pill to swallow. But these people don't mean you any good. You know, my heart sank to a new level over the weekend when I recognized how corrupt a lot of these politicians are. They're all about themselves. And there's certain things that I cannot say to you that would bring the point home and demonstrate it, because unfortunately, it could potentially compromise my sources. And you guys know that I can never do that. So while this particular PAC government, some of them out there trying to suss out who my sources are and who telling me information, who this and who that, it's certainly not the people that they think, that's for sure. But they're out there trying to find out, why are you trying to find out my sources? Because you know I'm speaking the truth? And you believe that there are only certain people who know the truth? What I'm going to say to you is that there's a lot more people that know the truth than you realize. You're not fooling everybody. You're not hoodwinking everyone. So somehow we've managed to put people in political office that everybody in their district said, but that person has been dealing in drugs forever. How are they even not arrested for drugs? Let me take my first sip of my apple cider vinegar because it's about to get real. I wouldn't be surprised if these people are not under investigation. When people are talking about we must go independent, I said, do you know what you're asking for? That's why Chris Saunders wants this country to go independent, because rogues like him would go unchecked by people. He could do whatever. This is what he believes, that he can do whatever the hell he wants once we go independent. That is why building up this narrative against the UK, and I'm not here to defend the UK. Don't confuse the issues here. Very crystal clear what they're all about. I'm not here to defend them. But what I'm here to tell you is that they act as the shepherd in a way to kind of keep the sheep in line, if I can utilize that analogy. You open up the gates, it's going to be opening up the gates of hell if you listen to people like Chris Saunders about, oh, these white people, this, that, next thing, we need to go independent. It's only then that you're going to see real corruption, because there will be nothing stopping these guys whatsoever. After this post went up by David, me posted it, I had civil servants reach out to me and said, Sandy, oh my God, is this even remotely a possibility? Because if Chris Saunders ever gets back in that government building, I am literally afraid for my life because of the type of person, the tyrant he was working with these civil servants. I could not believe what these people were saying to me. And these are people who've never had a conversation with me about what Chris Saunders has actually done to them as civil servants, because the list is so damn long. But yesterday when they saw this, they became anxious. They said, Sandy, please tell me that this cannot be happening. And I said, the progressives, what I want y'all to understand is, once again, this progressive administration knows what Chris Saunders has done, knows why he was fired from the job, why the premier had to take, I'm sure, what was a difficult decision for him, had to do it, and yet they do not care. Every single one of you female civil servants who have been subjected to the wrath of this man that could then stand in this photo and smile with Alden, David, Barbara, Joey, John, and Mr. McTaggart. You need to understand what your assignment is now. Okay? You have remained silent as a victim long enough. to tyrants like Chris Saunders. This man has psychologically, emotionally, and tried to physically do you harm. I understand that you are afraid, but you cannot allow the fear control what you do next. You have to move past it. You have to talk to other people and let them know the kind of person he is. Because this is a character flaw that cannot be mended. This isn't someone who's going to change. He can hide it for the interim, but he will not change. He's a narcissist. And one of the most dangerous ones because he has some intellectual capacity about him as well. Listen to me. We can't allow this man to get reelected. I don't care what it's going to take come next election. The only way to neutralize some of what's going on now is we have to take some of these people out of office completely. Y'all talking about you want district councils? Do you not see the danger of district councils is it will just be an extension of the existing corruption? They're going to give people district council positions to silence them. That's why when this same Chris Saunders, and I've never said this before, but I'm going to go on record and say it today. Let me take a sip of my apple cider because I'm going to tell y'all something that I've never said before. I've said I was offered board positions and I said, no, thanks. What I've never told the people is who offered it. Despite what y'all might have been thinking, it wasn't what's his name there? Wayne Panton. Chris Saunders came to me and said, name any board that you want and it's yours. And I said, well, that's interesting, but I don't want a board appointment, but thanks anyway. They think they know how to buy you. As I sit here today, I am so thankful I can get up in the morning and say a little prayer and say, hallelujah, thank you, God, that I don't need them. I don't need a board appointment. This is the things that they do to try to get people silenced and on their side. No thanks. I've never asked for a board appointment. I have unequivocally said, I don't want one. Don't even consider me. I've said, no, thank you. Don't want it. Don't need it. I am gainfully employed and I'm perfectly happy. Look at who some of these people are that they place on boards. They're supporters. Unemployed people who need that little bit of extra couple dollars. And I'm not saying every single person, don't get me wrong. Yes, men and yes, women. They need to silence you and keep you quiet. Oh, let me put you in a board. Let me do this. Let me do that. Put you over here. The exact same thing is going to happen with district councils. It's not going to be any better, and it's not going to be any different, and it's not going to be something that ultimately is going to be beneficial to the people of this country. None of these things will be beneficial and will work if the process is flawed, if the process has potential for corruption, and if the people that you have putting these things in place are corrupt. So you need to address those elements of the problem first and foremost before you can go any further. You guys are kidding yourself if you think district councils will mean more and greater accountability. It will not. Are y'all understanding even a percentage of what I'm saying here today? Caymanians, my heart is heavy when I tell you we are in a very, very precarious situation. See what somebody just said? Just like Dominic Williams. I don't know who the hell this Dominic Williams is, but his name is all over my radar. I'm going to show y'all something to show you this person just sent this note, right? And you see right here, I'm going to show y'all this part. I can't show you the rest of it. You see where it says Dominic Williams? You see that name right there? His name keeps coming up, and I don't know who this man is. But his name is all over the place when I'm hearing about corruption. Everybody, Dominic Williams, he's a convicted drug smuggler, and he's now on 2 boards. How does this happen? Convicted drug smuggler, and you can't find nobody else to put on a board? What the hell is going on in this country? Y'all need to wake up. Caller, good morning. We got 2 callers on the line. First one up, Denny.
Morning. In 2008, the public failed to put in place a contingency should things go wrong, and that is the power to recall a politician. Meaning,
but let me ask you. Yeah, let me ask you a question, Denny. Who exactly is going to be recalling them when the people themselves are not even informed about the level of corruption that is happening in this country? Who gonna be recalling them? Right now,
that's why we have
hold
CMR.
on. Right now, if we had the power of recall, and trust me, we'd have to recall them all, so we might as well call a new election practically, right?
We don't have the power of recall.
I said hypothetically, if we did.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that.
If we did, who would be calling for it right now? The people have been hoodwinked. They have been bought out. They have been placed on boards to be silenced. They don't know how badly developers are in the back pocket. They don't have a clue what's going on.
Well, I'm not arguing that politicians do things in ways to keep people. But one of the roles of CMR is to unveil the truth. And so we have discussion and people learn and they become enlightened and they make different decisions. That's our best chance. To go through a hurricane and not have a contingency is that's beyond negligence. So it's incumbent upon us to put mechanisms in place that enable us to do something. Because right now, we can't force anybody to resign. We can't. They do what they feel like doing. You're just a bystander at the moment. You can make a recommendation, but they don't have to take your advice. Right? What people, I know that oftentimes when we think about MPs, people use the word a representative, right? But what actually the role of an MP is not to represent your views. I mean, legally speaking, strictly speaking, that's what we would like them to do, but that's not what they're obligated to do. What they're obligated to do is to make a decision for you, which is quite different from representing your views. Right? And then to top it off, when they go rogue, you don't have any legal instrument by which you can do something about it. Right? And so, in my view, you need to put in place, instead of the public saying, you know what, I'm going to vote this person into office, I'm just going to trust that they're going to do the right thing. What you need to do instead is you trust that they will live up to their promises. But if they don't, you need to have a legal mechanism by which you can remove them.
Is it time that we actually had also term limits in place for these politicians?
Well, I've heard 2 arguments on that. One is, yes, we need term limits because after you've been in office for a certain amount of time, you get established, connections, corruption, yada, yada, yada. The other argument is that if you do have a MP that is doing a great job, why should you be prohibited from having that MP represent you? So I think it's a discussion that we should have as a country among other subjects, because there are pros and cons to everything, and I think we should think them through clearly before making a decision about what we do.
All right, leave me there. We have another caller on the line.
All right, take care.
Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, Sandra.
Morning there. How are you?
Okay.
Good.
I'd just like to say that as a citizen of this country, very thankful we have Andre Ebanks, Honorable Andre Ebanks in there, in the Assembly building. Thank God he's from West Bay. And Mr. Andre Ebanks is a man that I would vote to be the premier of this country because of the way I see him carrying himself. Thank you very much.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's shocking, but we don't. I mean, let me tell you something. Being the premier of this country, when you have to work with some of the people that you have to work with, is not a job right now that I'd probably wish on my worst enemy. So I'm not so sure that I'd be wishing that on Andre if you know what he'd really have to deal with. But having said that, somebody's got to do it. And I think in this moment, right, even with whatever faults he may bring to the table, the person with the right demeanor and personality and thought processes, yes, sometimes I'm like, Ween is a little bit slow to react, and he's a little bit slow to let the people know how he is reacting, is Wayne Panton. He's still the best one for the job in the given set of circumstances, because what we don't need is reactionary people. And I know that I myself would be far too reactionary in that position if I was there. So I'm glad that we don't have somebody like me, because we'd be in a whole heap of trouble. You'd be digging yourself even deeper. Caller, good morning and welcome to the program.
Good morning, Sandy. Yeah, first of all, I always say a leader is born a leader. With all due respect to Mr. Panton, he's a nice person. I know that personally, but he's just not a strong enough leader. And I'm saying that to say this: when you're a leader, you're supposed to be able to set things straight, stand for what you believe in, and regardless of what happens. That is not what's happening now. And that is why I think we are all falling to pieces. The other thing is that I want to say is that I know no one is perfect. And I know politics, to be honest with you, politics is the worst, I think is the nastiest job to hold. It don't matter who you are. It's just a nasty job. I wouldn't want it for nothing in the world. But I think what causes a lot of divide is what we have on this morning. Everybody have their personal issue, but I don't think going as low as saying some of the things about, women being right or it's not nice.
Miss Darlene,
it hurt
Miss
my
Darlene,
stomach. It hurt my stomach.
Let me tell you why it is necessary. Somebody just said you're a big PPM supporter. Let me tell you why it is necessary.
Well, I'm not. It's okay if they want to say that. I can't vote.
I can't. To me, that's not here or there. Let me tell you why it is necessary for me to point out the things that people in this country don't know. Because y'all are sitting down thinking, why is somebody as sensible as Barbara following this idiotic group of fools? People need to understand why people do the things that they do. And the only way that I can explain it, I saw Salvin's question as well, but that's divisive. Let me tell you something right now. I don't care. The people in this country need to know who is screwing who, literally, so they can put it together. You think every single time Sherry Ann sends out a message and listen, and her group taking
I
a
guess we all-
position. If you don't understand the relationship between her and Chris Saunders, you think this one means this country ain't a damn good? Wake up and
Well,
smell the roses.
I don't tend to go that route because I am not going to go into that kind of thing. We talk about if people are gay, they're living their life, and that's fine. That's the same way I look at it.
I wouldn't talk about if anybody is gay, if it's not, if they're not screwing each other in politics. I don't care if they're gay.
And you
I don't care if they're
long
straight.
Run, you know what?
But it makes a difference. Their loyalties are with these people for a reason.
Yeah, but there's lots of things that we can do in a better fashion. What I see happening right now, that we are already divided, and this is going to cause more divide. And let's face it, I don't think we can have another election, but let's face it, the government is crashing. We can't get a budget balance. We can't get nothing done. The government looks, in my opinion, they look like they're running low, and nobody wants to know what's going on. So we got a lot to think about. But anyway, it's a show, and everybody's entitled to his own opinion. And I just praying. I can't vote. I don't vote. I live away 5 years. I'm not even on the register. But Cayman is my island and my country that I love dearly, and I keep in touch. But anyway, take care.
I appreciate it. Folks, if you don't understand the relationship between these people, this is precisely where the problem lies. I'm sorry, but I mean, yes, the caller's right. Everybody's entitled to an opinion. But the reason why it is necessary to talk about these extracurricular activities is because they're very much connected to the decisions that people are making in the Legislative Assembly and the things that they are doing. It's as simple as that. The same way that when I tell you developers have them in the back pocket, right? And they're getting things done. All of a sudden, they're millionaires when they were on the verge of bankruptcy. You don't think that's an important detail to know about your politicians and your elected officials? Of course, it's important to know that, because it's with that detailed information that then you can ask additional questions and you can understand what motivates people. So yes, if you've been sleeping with Alden, if you're sleeping with Chris Saunders, if you're sleeping with Jay, if you're sleeping with any of them, that means that you cannot be fair and impartial when you have to make a decision in the best interest of this country. My point is, she's not sleeping with the people of this country. She's being ridden by other politicians, and she's allowing herself to be used by them. And they are controlling her, and they're able to control her because between the sheets, she has lost control. And in the real world, she's lost control as well. You think it gives me any pleasure to identify women in this community who are allowing themselves to be used by these political people? But you don't think there's also a connection when 4 or 5 people in one political party can say that they've had relations with a particular member? You don't think that that's unusual? You don't think that that impacts her brain power and her ability to make certain decisions? This is our biggest problem now. We refuse to acknowledge what is right before us. We refuse to see the truth. Oh, let's not go there, Sandy. We don't really need to know that information. You don't? Are you so sure? Huh? How you think they convince this otherwise sensible woman to do some of the things that she does? Why did she take on the Smith Barcadere project? Because these people have a level of control over her that no woman should allow a man to have control over you, not professionally. And so when you're mixing the professional and the personal, this is what happens. So the people need to know, they need to understand what is actually happening in this country. Y'all don't need to know which MPs paying little boys out in the streets that won't have sexual relationships with them. You sure you don't want to know that either? That's why we can't get a sex offenders register in this damn country to this day. That is why, because we're putting pedophiles in the Legislative Assembly. And y'all sit back and talk foolishness to me, but we don't need to know. Oh, that's their personal business. That's a bunch of hogwash. We need to know everything. The people should be demanding better in this country. And because of all these special interests, and I don't care if the special interest is sex, I don't care if it's money, I don't care if they're giving you land, they're giving you topsoil. There's too many special interests in this country that is dragging us down the ground. And we cannot ever clean it up. The cesspool is dirty and it is deep and it stinks to the high hills. And meanwhile, we have a governor sitting here looking at us like we're a bunch of damn fools. The same people were complaining about coming to this country, looking at us saying y'all a bunch of idiots. Yes, Wayne Panton needs more backbone. He should be on this show telling you guys everything, but he is trying to hold this bunch of duplicitous crooks together. And the only way he can do it is by working from the inside. I'm sure, I mean, I haven't spoken to him, so I don't know, but I'm sure he would love to come out here and tell y'all everything that they be doing and going on with. The man don't tell me, and I'm sitting here exposing things that I pick up from here, there, and everywhere. And he's always, well, they must be getting it from him. Must be getting it from this one. They're trying to figure out where I'm getting information from. And everybody who's not like them becomes a target for, oh, you must be feeding Sandy the information because you come in here and try to be professional and try to be sensible. Well, it must be Andre. It must be this one feeding it to her. It must be that one. No. We can't hold these people accountable until we air out all their dirty laundry. These people are dishonest to their very core. Chris Saunders sexually harassing civil servants, bullying civil servants, where they're now shaking in their boots. And if this man comes back, even with the progressives government, and I'm telling you that the progressive government don't have no scruples about them. They're going to sit up and take a picture with him and smile and laugh and think this is funny. The same thing they did with McKeeva Bush when they knew that the man had been arrested and charged and eventually convicted with assaulting a woman. This is the same government, the same batch of people who did nothing. The most they could do is call an early election and then try to throw McKeeva under the bus because it was politically expedient for them to do so. These are people you want to trust in running this government again, running this country again? Because you think Alden is a better leader than Wayne Panton? He's not a better leader. He's a crook. He's for big business. He's for big developers. He doesn't care about the environment. He gave away so many concessions. Y'all complaining about the cost of living. If he hadn't given away millions upon millions of dollars in concessions, folks, you could have gotten more relief. When inflation was going up, your government would have had more money to do more for the people. Look to the people who were in power for 12 years and ask yourself, how is your life any better? Let me take off my jacket this morning because it's about to get real up in here. Okay. I am sick and tired of the ridiculousness. I'm not telling you Wayne Panton is a perfect man. I'm not telling you he's a perfect leader. But I'm telling you the man is honest, and that is more than I can say for the majority of them. I'm telling you he's trying to do the right thing, and that is more than I can say for the likes of Alden, David, Barbara, Mr. McTaggart by extension, Joey, Chris Saunders. Jay, y'all need to fall in line and let the people know exactly where you stand. Go on record. It's absolutely ridiculous. Y'all want to buy in to this argument. Oh, he's not a good leader, so he just needs to step aside. That's what they're selling you. And that's what you need to stop buying into. Does a good leader sell out his people? Let's go through what makes good leadership then. Huh? A good leader sells out his people. Okay, Alden, check. Let me bring up the list here now. Hold on. We gonna go through some of their track record yet today. Okay. All right. PPM over the past 8 years in power, actually 12, as the elected government have failed to address the following. Number one, are they really for Caymanians? PPM helped to speed up the unbridled population growth by poor planning, no management, right? Issuing a record number of work permit grants, PR, and Cayman statuses. But they're the same people who want to continue harping on the 2003 status grants when they have done more than that in the time that they have been in power. That makes for a good leader? Check yourself this morning. Okay? Unbridled population growth. And it's continuing to grow. 8,000 per annum. Undo it. Stop it now. After 12 years of having them in power, and y'all can't connect the dots, you can't see what's going on. They're talking about they're progressive. Progressive for who is the question. It hasn't been progressive for Caymanians, that's for sure. You're talking about multi-generational Caymanian families now in a minority in this country. Failure to invest in our people. We have our children out in the streets fighting worse than cats and dogs, fighting worse than animals, fighting in schools. This didn't just happen yesterday. This didn't just happen now. This is failures of decades upon decades in our educational system. And some of it, the party that was in power for 12 years needs to take some accountability for. They had, what her name was, Tara Rivers in there. They had to take her out of the ministry, her second term. Because what was she doing for education? We're putting civil servants in chief officer positions. Now, they're going to get a little salty with me this morning about their business. Because they're part of the problem too. We're going to put them in positions where it's more important for them to hire their church friends just because they're Seventh-day Adventists and from a particular country than to really seek the most qualified people and put the right resources in the right place for our children. Let's talk about it. Development and the construction industry has had free rein to do whatever they want in this country. It does not matter. Yet, the PPM government couldn't even provide us with affordable housing. This GG Ham program has been in pause for how long? This government is going to be the government to finally bring it back online. That helps people who are in a particular income bracket, but still want to see to fruition the dream of home ownership. No consumer protection. That is that same government. MPs assaulting each other and beating up women in this country. And that government and all of their representatives, including the women, including Barbara, could not speak out. So don't talk foolishness when I'm explaining to you why her mouth is so silent, why her mouth has literally been sewed up. I'm telling you the reason why. And women can understand how now this makes quite logical sense. I'm sure men can understand it too. I'm helping you to understand the behavior of these crooks. What keeps them silenced? And y'all talking about, oh, I don't really want to know her personal business. I don't care if 5 of them screwed already. Really? You don't want to connect the dots, then, is what I'm hearing you say. It's ridiculous. Someone else says that they've harmed the Caymanian people and country by amending laws like the LCCL, the Local Company Control Law, that made it easier for non-Caymanians to come to our country and start businesses and compete with Caymanian-owned and operated businesses. Let's also not forget that they've watered down protections, such as the FOI law. That's what this PPM government did. Y'all were asleep at the wheels. After the people for, what do they call themselves? CPR, whatever that was with the port. After they pulled off something that nobody thought that they could pull off, got the numbers to trigger a referendum, whatever happened to that? That same government that you don't want to know why they do the things that they're doing, refuse to call a referendum, refuse to listen to the people. They're going to build that port no matter what it takes, because too many people have them in their back pockets. Then they turn around and change the legislation about, oh, if somebody sues us, they're going to have to come up with this amount of money to cover costs and blah, blah, blah. Really? Every single thing that is put in place to give you a little bit of power, they have been watering down and changing it to once again make themselves all powerful, make people afraid to even bring a judicial review against the government. Somebody has referred me to a Cayman Compass article by James Whitaker, published on the 30th of September 2021. And it's important to know the date of that article because you can't blame that on this current government. More than 70% of the applications from businesses seeking to operate in the Cayman Islands without majority local ownership were approved over the past 3 years. That was your PPM government. They're talking about now they're the government in waiting. They're the ones who want to take reign back, to take control back once again, so they can continue to screw all of you. They riding y'all like a bicycle and you don't even know it. Over 200, around 250 businesses operating in this jurisdiction that have been granted a local company's control license, exempting them from the legal requirement of having majority Caymanian ownership. A third of those, almost a third, are for property holdings and real estate development. Make it make sense. "56 LCCLs were granted in the Cayman Islands since the beginning of 2019. They threw out the 60-40 rule, which requires Caymanian majority ownership. These same developers being granted exemptions for a variety of construction projects. Come on now. Let's pull it together. Really and truly, like I said, the easy thing to do is to walk away from this sinking ship and let y'all figure it out. And I'll be overseas sending y'all a little hello letter and say, oh, y'all got it sorted out yet? We have got to fight for this good ship called Cayman. The ones that want to be at the helm should not be the ones at the helm, folks. Enough is enough. There have been good people who have ran for political office, and you guys have refused to put them in office. Because here comes the same politicians being controlled and ridden by other people now riding you, giving you a little bit of money. Oh, we're going to help your NPO if I get back in. We're going to increase your budget. We're going to do this. Stop being self-serving in this country. Stop looking for what you're going to get out of a situation. So yes, I'm going to expose them. The wife beaters, I'm going to expose them. Sleeping with each other, the nepotism, the child abusers, all of y'all need to be put on notice. Right. Y'all need to do better. Somebody asked me if I sure that Miss Stacy not spiking my apple cider. Trust me, not in that, but the cold hard truth is what it is. Somebody said, bring it all out, Sandy. I love you. Good morning. Plenty on the one up my side. And they're north side. Y'all think people being food. Someone says, I'm here listening. And someone who's sitting on the board being used as Chris Saunders' mouthpiece, that she has forgotten about her convictions and her time at Northward. Y'all have very, very short memories, is what it seems like to me. Yeah. I'm wondering. Y'all ridiculous. Most of them on boards are sleeping with them too. That's how they got there. I know. Good morning, Sandy. Dominique Williams was also deported from the U.S. for trafficking drugs. Oh, Jesus Christ. Y'all have got to be kidding me. He owns Waterboy's liquor store in Bodden Town. He's also known as Dominique Chin. Sandy, Miss Darlene needs to get off the air, as it's obvious she's making a statement on behalf of the PPM. Please continue to expose all of them and educate and keep us, the people, properly informed. We appreciate you and your efforts. Wow. And you can remember. Oh yeah, talking about this one says, this elderly gentleman says, please don't forget the nude photos. Lord Jesus. What? Something I forgot to mention yesterday, and someone mentioned it to me. It's, oh, but Sandy, you were on a road today, but how you forgot that John tell him he's allergic. One of the reasons why he don't come to work is because he is allergic to the government building. Man, I tell you what, if I had one boot with a steel tip in it, I would kick him so far in his bonk, eh? What a damn fool. He's allergic to the building, to the government admin building. He's confused. That was the old building. That was a sick building, sir, not this new one that we spent millions of dollars for. Are you crazy? You're allergic to a building? These are the donkeys, quite literally, that we have elected to political office. Let me go to Cayman News Service. I'm going to give Wendy Ledger a lot of props this morning, because at the end of the day, folks, say what you want, and everybody has an opinion about everybody, but that's their business. I don't really care. But again, Wendy has demonstrated that she actually cares a lot about this country that is not even hers, about this little island that is not even hers. I'm sure she must have status by now, but she can pick up and leave anytime that she wants. But she wrote a piece yesterday that is worth, I mean, really and truly worth sinking your teeth into and reading with a view to understanding what is actually going on in this country. It's quite lengthy, so I'm going to read it in part. She did her own CNS viewpoint. She says, Dwayne John Seymour, MP, owes Wayne Panton an apology after his unfounded public attack during his resignation speech on Friday. The ex-minister chose to cross the floor and joined the government in 2021 when he knew what Panton's agenda was. But as someone who's still waiting for an apology from that minister, remember how he went off threatening her, for more than 2 years, I doubt he will take back the comments he made Friday about the premier. Y'all easy to forget. While there are no donkeys, mangers, personal trainers, light poles, schemes, or full moons involved in this latest scandal relating to Seymour, it's not clear where his resignation leaves the country. 3 days after his departure, the people of the Cayman Islands still don't know who the latest labor minister is or if, indeed, the caucus is holding together. But it has been evident for some time now that the PAT government is not a cohesive group, as they've never had a shared policy platform. And in some respects, Panton has struggled to balance his green agenda with the conflicts coming from within his cabinet. This is largely because Panton remains in a different space to many of his fellow MPs. The elephant, gorilla, or even donkey in the room, of course, is the developer lobby. You heard what I said yesterday? This is the same thing that I was saying yesterday. While Panton has been able to fund his own political campaign, many of his government have relied on the developer class to fund theirs. Despite the clear message sent by the people during the last election campaign that their two major concerns were overdevelopment and population growth, this has fallen on deaf ears because most MPs are taking money from those with a vested interest in keeping the development train running at full speed, bringing them into conflict with Panton. More than not, he remains a lone voice, calling for the environment to be given the same weight as potential profit when it comes to development, because he has no need of their money and, more importantly, understands and genuinely cares about the dangers climate change poses for the Cayman Islands and its residents. Like I told you yesterday, the man can't be bought for money. That's not his price. But a lot more that are in there had no job before the election. Some were allegedly dabbling in drugs. That's how they were paying the bills. Now they can buy heavy equipment. They can buy all sorts of stuff. Buy homes, new fancy trucks, this, that, and the next thing. They couldn't do none of that before because they were on the brink of bankruptcy. Go ahead. Ask them. Go look at their financial position before and after being an MP for a couple terms, and you'll understand the motivation. It's about the money, folks. Y'all need to wake up. She goes on to say, but without the support of his cabinet, it's been almost impossible for him to deliver on his own campaign agenda despite the public support. This completely undermines Seymour's allegations that the premier runs his cabinet on the basis of his way or no way. Now, I tell you, pick sense from nonsense. He talked about, he's autocratic. Really? If he was autocratic, these MPs would not be demanding of him to write off over $300,000 for a fellow farmer because that's going to get you political support. You wouldn't be asking for $9 million for a slaughterhouse for cows. Caymanians has a long history. Our culture is slaughtering cows with no $1.9 million facility. These MPs are ridiculous, and we need to know some of the foolishness that they've been asking for in that budget that is completely unreasonable. They want to build a brand new school in Cayman Brac, and then one of the ministers for Cayman Brac, Moses Kirkernel, gets up and talking about they've had an exodus of people in the Brac, so what are you building a new school for? Why are we going to spend millions of dollars on a new school? That don't even make any sense. You just admitted the population has shrunk in Cayman Brac. So what are you building a brand new high school for? Y'all need to wake the hell up. What is going on in this country? It's not that just the children that have gone mad. The MPs have gone mad too. His way or no way. She said, Wendy goes on to say that there's a long list of issues where Panton has bent away from his own policy position in order to keep the government together. And if y'all know how much bending this man has done, the foolishness allegedly that he has put up with from this bunch of degenerates. Nobody who, they don't even know what the definition of autocratic is. Because nobody would call somebody autocratic who has been as conciliatory as this man has been, who's been willing to work with these people. Well, because they can't get their way on everything, because they can't get this east-west arterial pushed through at any cost, no matter what. That is what a lot of this is all about. You must do things the right way. The minimal laws are there. They want you to believe that Gina Petrie is some monster.
I don't know.
And that she's running the show by herself. And that is simply not the truth. Caller, good morning.
Yes, ma'am, morning. How are you? I hear you're hot today.
My dear, how are you?
Well, the only thing I got to say, yes, when you say Wayne Ben, yeah, he bent too much because his back nail broke. And I look at what it said about him. He's the best thing we had in our house. There's only two up there that weren't anything, and that's him. And what was his name from West Bengal? Andre. They need to sweep everything clean. And I understand that they say John said why he come out is because everything he tried to pass, because I tell him.
Please.
But they're not saying nothing because they say about that they're saying that how they say that he the Tongue people pardon and hand out, and then some go say, well, they need a civil, the whole island need, but and then I tell them, I say, listen to me, everything have to have a chief. If you are lone chiefs and no Indians, how can anything be run? And yes, Green is the premier, he is the leader, and what he say, go. When the rest were in there, it was their way or the highway. So I said, well, he's in there now, and he said, put out or get out. And I mean, that's all I got to say.
Thank you.
He is a good person. The best thing happened that he's too good to be out in the Mount Scatel, slum bums, scumbags.
Let me tell y'all something, right? The thing that is shocking for me is that if Dwayne Seymour had told the truth about why he was resigning, but of course he can't tell y'all the truth, but had he told the truth about leadership styles, there's nobody more of an autocratic leader than Alden McLaughlin. That is why Alden McLaughlin stays in control. That's why they're not gonna frig with him too easy, because he puts his beloved foot on their neck. So y'all not even paying attention? Listen to me. At the end of the last election, we had Joey Hugh, Tara Rivers, and Mr. McTaggart all wanting leadership of the PPM. Y'all do remember that, huh? Y'all have very selective memories. They were infighting. All groups have infighting. And you know what? Alden squashed that real quick. He said, this is how it's going to go. Tara, you getting out. In order for you to get out, we got you a nice cushy job. We went and brokered you a deal at Walker's. Remember when I told y'all that y'all were not paying attention? She was asked a direct question by Wendy Ledger, ironically, during the prep briefings. Well, according to Ma Road, right? Hold on, let me pull up the article. You've been given a job at Walker's. No, well, I don't know what Sandy's talking about, blah, blah, blah. I'm very intelligent. I have many offers. That's what the lying Queen Bee said. She got many offers. You don't have no many offers. That deal was inked already. For you to go there. June the 28th of 2021. 4 months before, CMR said the streets are talking that Tara Rivers is not going to run. So we did an article in February saying she's retiring from politics. She's not going to run. because there's already this deal afoot. Go now, folks, and listen to how Tara responded about how qualified she is, and she's got lots of offers on the table. Well, that's funny, because it's more than ironic that of all the lots of offers you took, was the only one that was signed and inked and brokered for you on behalf of the progressives. So they neutralized her. Oh, we'll get you a big fat paycheck, come out of politics. You think she was business? She just wanted the money. Then Joey, not your time yet. But rest assured, Mr. McTaggart's only going to get one turn at leadership. He's going to be premier for one term, and then we're going to slide you in. Y'all need to see the trees for the forest, or the forest for the trees, or however the hell the saying goes. Pick sense from nonsense. How is it that these MPs could have been on the verge of bankruptcy before they got into political office, and now they're multimillionaires when they're not really making a multimillionaire salary? But all of a sudden, their companies that they own can be getting all sorts of government contracts left, right, and center. And they are using people in this community to get their narrative out there and to push their narrative out there. And you know why they can't stand me? Because I'm not going to be used by nobody. Wayne Panton can't use me. Alden McLaughlin can't use me. Chris Saunders can't use me. Huh? It's not going to work. Let me tell y'all something. Some of you sit back and you say, Sandy, why have you taken the position that you've taken on Chris Saunders? Well, there's more than one reason why, because I do not believe that anybody should be working in a job and be fearful to even go to work. To me, that's problematic. We are moving way backwards when we're allowing that kind of foolishness to happen. But even before that situation started to reveal itself, that led to him being terminated, he did something that I find to be duplicitous. And it was an eye-opener for me. And again, I'm going to share it with you guys here this morning for the sake of complete transparency. Because I think some of these stories will demonstrate to you how people will lie right to your faces and think you're stupid enough to believe them. So pay attention. Back, let me pull up the story so I can remember the dates now, because child, the time just goes together. This situation with Randy Marin in Blue Water. So this would have been 2021. Okay, so now we're in 2023. I want y'all to pay attention to what I'm about to tell you. Because like I said, when people reveal their true selves, believe them. Okay? I was at court. It was probably like a Thursday or Friday. I can't remember exactly what day. And I started, my phone started ping, 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 ping. Sandy, something going on with this company called Blue Waters and some PCR tests, and cabinet just made this decision, blah, blah, blah. I said, what the hell? I said, what? All right. So you know how it go. I get bits and pieces of information. Now I have to try and pull it together to see what the truth is. And I call different people, you know. If I hear something, oh, Johan did this, I got to call Johan. I said, Johan, the streets are talking XYZ. Tell me now, this is your chance to set the record straight and to tell me what's going on. But the thing you should never do is lie to me to my face, because when I find out, me and you gonna have some real friggin' problems. You hear me? Anyway, I remember Wayne Panton was off island, the UK. I can't remember what he was in the UK for. I think that was the time that he came back and actually got COVID too. So I was hearing all kind of stories, right? Blue water, da-da-da-da. I said, okay. They say Randy's a partner. Ween is a partner. I called Ween. I said, Ween, one question for you. Because sometimes I only need to know one thing. I said, tell me something. You have any ownership in a company called Blue Water? He said, no. That's Randy's medical supply company, whatever. I don't know who else the partners are, whatever. I said, okay. What's going on? I said, just leave it there. I'm not saying nothing else. I don't want you to tell me nothing else. All right. I called Chris Saunders. Chris, I hear that you had some mix-up story with a company called Blue Waters, owned by Randy. You guys gave him a contract. You pulled the contract. You refused to, honor the purchase order. What's going on? He said to me, and this is where people will use other people to even try to convince you of a certain situation. I'm not calling the business people names because they're on the perimeters of this, right? Oh, Sandy, be careful with this story, because Chris Saunders says. The last time they said that to me, I said, but Chris Saunders has proven himself on more than one occasion to be an effing liar. So because Chris Saunders says something, I must not bring topics to the people? You're telling me to be careful based on someone who has lied to you and you know it? The person said, yeah, well, that's true, Really? Anyway, I spoke to Chris. Chris? Sandy, there's more. I'm stuttering. More to this, more to this. And don't do nothing with this story. I need to talk to you. And I said, how long is that going to take? Because I'm not going to sit on a story and not publish it because you claim you have something to tell me and then you never get around to tell me. You better make haste. But I got to continue calling and fact-finding. Boy, I tell you, some people are so dishonest to their very core. Anyway, evening roll around and boy, getting it. Chris, this person says, Sandy, I'm a civil servant and I can't say nothing to you, but this is what I'm going to tell you to do. FOI, every single email, every single correspondence. Yes, he's running caucus, cabinet, whatever, because Wayne Panton isn't here. But you FOI it, and you're going to be able to read quite clearly what went down, because he was throwing the very civil servants. Eventually, he threw the very civil servants under the bus about they got it wrong. This is the kind of dangerous person we deal with Chris Saunders. That's why I have lost all respect for this man. But I got to tell you what he did that tipped it in the other direction. So I messaged him and I said, Chris, you sure you not got nothing to say to me? Because the story is going up. I'm working on the story as we speak. Sandy, I'm going to come and see you. Within 2 minutes, the man was at my front door. I tell you not a word of lie. I had to say to him when I answered the door, I said, how the hell you got here so quick? You were hanging out in the neighborhood, am I? No, I was going home, a driver. Come inside my house. Now you listen to me. You can lie to me, but don't you ever come in my house and lie to me, because I work too hard to pay this mortgage every single month for you to believe you can step in here and make me look like a donkey in my own house. And that's exactly what this man did. But you know how he tried to do it? Let me explain to you how these people believe that they can play mind games, but they're not freaking with me. I wasn't born this size, honey. I've been around the block a few times. He said to me, Sandy, if you care about Wayne Panton, hear this now. If you care about Wayne Panton, you're not going to touch this story. And I said, really? I said, what I care about is the truth. And so I don't care who is mixed up in this. If Wayne Panton's hands are dirty, then the story will show that his hands are dirty, and so be it. These people somehow erroneously think that me and Panton must be sleeping together, and that I'm not going to hold him accountable, and that the truth isn't going to stand. If Wayne Panton's hands are dirty, he will be exposed just like everybody else, is what I said to Chris. I said, what are you talking about? Here you know. It's not that the man's hands were dirty. The man did not even know anything about all this that was going on. He came to know after the fact. No, I'm not saying his hands dirty. I'm just saying it's going to look bad because he's business partners with Randy with other stuff. But geez, peace. I said, what? You don't believe that people can separate? That he's not a business partner in Blue Water? Yes, he's a business partner in C3. Yes, he's a business partner in Clean Gas. But what does that have to do with Blue Water? You know how many businesses Randy Marin must have? What does that have to do with Blue Water? Oh, but Sandy, these effing white Caymanians. Oh, okay. So this is what this is about? You don't want Randy Marin to get no more business? But I'm like, did he bid? Did he come in lower than anybody else? All of a sudden, you know who else's name come into the mix? Whitaker. Where his first name is again? The one who used to do labor stuff. Oh, but he has mind you now, he never told me this, but my other sources, he had some kind of business where he claimed he could procure the COVID test and this and that and blah, blah, blah. I said, but damn, there's so much mix up into this foolishness. So you gonna step foot through my front door. You're going to lie to me about what happened with the procurement process. Threw Franz Manderson under the bus, threw Eric Bush under the bus, throwing all the civil servants under the bus. They got it wrong. And you're going to do so in my living room, wearing your heels that you love to wear because you got short man syndrome. And you're going to lie to my face and think that I not really understand what it is that you're doing. Let me tell you something. There's a lot of times that I know somebody's lying to me and I just be like, okay. I just show y'all on Friday's episode. Make sure you tune in Friday. I have a recording of a woman lying to me and the whole time I know she's lying to me. And I'm like, really? So what you mean is, let me clarify this. Let people dig themselves in a hole with a lie, but don't come in my house, which very few people can ever say that they've stepped through my front door. And you consider yourself lucky if you step through my front door and I open the front door to you because I don't let people in my house. And then you have the audacity to come in my house and lie to my face to save your own political ASS because you got something wrong and you will not admit to this day that you did it wrong. Well, when Randy slapped them with that lawsuit, I bet you they fixed it and gave him the friggin' contract then. I bet you they honored the multi-million contract then. And guess what? The cost of it gone up now. The people of this country have to pay more for LFTs because people like Chris Saunders playing games with our processes and our money. We paid more than we would have initially for that contract because he's trying to do a favor for Whitaker. Oh, yeah. Right? He throwing the premier under the bus with the other MPs. He lied in cabinet and told the other ministers that he knows that Wayne Panton has interest in Blue Waters. And them fools, instead of them saying, hold on a second now. Let us verify this. Because it would have been something he would have declared. Instead of that happening, what do y'all do? What did they do? Oh, yeah. He got interest in this company? Oh, my God. Now I tell you, he's a principled man. I'm not his bosom buddy. I'm not his friend. And the day he steps out of line, I will be the first one to hold Wayne Panton accountable. But in the short 2 years that he's been in there, I have seen some foolishness. And if you think anybody else could do any better of a job, y'all don't have a clue. As much as I like Andre, they would run circles around Andre. He not ready. Andre's a smart guy. He's catching on quickly. But the duplicity of what he would have to deal with, Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No, honey child. They're trying everything in their power. Who was it that sent me the declaration yesterday with Ween? Can you send that to me again? About how oh yeah, this is what Sandy's saying. It took a screenshot of all the stuff, I guess, from the LA page. Whoever sent that to me, send it to me again. Showing what he owns, but he's declared it. That's the difference. Oh, he's got interest in 6 to 7 companies. The man has declared it. And anything that comes up that could be a potential conflict, he knows to step down and to step away. Right? So would I like for him to be more communicative, to speak to the people more, to, as he decides something, to let us all know in the moment? He is, in my opinion, slower to respond. Yes, thank you, my love. Thank you for sending it. Right? He's not knee jerky. But that might actually be a really good thing. So this is what they were sending around yesterday. Look at what he owns. This is Sandy's buddy. Y'all are ridiculous at another level. This don't impact me in any way, shape, or form. Good for him. If he owns all this, good for Ween Panton. They can say, oh, this is what he owns all they want. But the point that they're missing is this man does not need their money, just like Wendy Ledger has acknowledged. He don't need to be bought out by developers. They don't have nothing that he needs. So he's a shareholder or director in 10 different companies. He has interest in 16 properties, either owned outright by himself or his wife, or owned jointly with others. No loans. Trust me, that is more than the rest of them can say. They got debt coming out the wazoo. Some of them on the brink of bankruptcy, about to get kicked out of their homes. That's why they're loyal to other no good politicians, because when the bank was about to take their homes, oh, well, he came to my rescue. And so, I feel loyal to him. Not loyal to the point of selling the people down the river. Stand up for the people. We're the ones who elected you. The other MPs didn't elect you. Developers giving you money and you're more loyal to them than the people who go and cast a vote for you? Come on now. You all need to wake up, man. This is it. Listen to me. The assignment from my perspective is very simple. And trust me, I upset people all the time. Even the premier. And I know business. Be very, very clear. I don't care. Because if I'm speaking the truth, and the truth will help you understand what is actually happening in this country, that is the most important thing. You have enough people lying to you. You'll have people who will come in your living room and try to manipulate you. Well, if you care about William Panton, this gonna look a certain way. The optics of it not gonna look right because he friends with Randy Merring. Well, tell me something, honey child. What about the optics of the truth? What about just telling the truth? Well, the people can always be no. The optics and the illusions of what you're creating by sending misinformation out to Sherry Ann to share in her WhatsApp group. That's the optics that you're creating. I'm not about no friggin' optics. I'm about the damn truth. The truth has to stand. Caller, good morning.
Good morning, Antonio.
Morning.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it was a good thing that Mr. McKeever Bush did when he went to Mr. Dart and borrowed $5 million to help people pay their mortgages?
When was this?
That was I think it was probably like around 2009 or around that time. No?
Well, I'll have to fact check it because I'm pretty sure he didn't borrow it. I think that DART and the DART organization gives money to a lot of situations, and they may have given the government, and I have to look around exactly why they did it and what it was all about, but they may have given them money to assist people repairing their homes. I thought it was tied to some sort of situation where people's homes were damaged by a storm or something like that. So I need to look back at the details.
Yeah, but that's what it was. It was $5 million to help people pay their mortgages who were about to lose their homes.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
All right. I'll double check all the details of that, and I'll answer the question probably tomorrow. I can't answer it now because I can't even remember what that was. That wouldn't be the first time that he's given money to governments and NPOs and that sort of thing. The DART organization has also given millions of dollars to R3 to help the national security of this country. It's easy to pick on that one developer, but what I want to say to you guys, when it comes to these developers, y'all need to go beyond the DART organization and understand that these real estate companies, developers, all of them have said that they're going to galvanize now and come up against Wayne Panton. You need to go and read this article that Wendy has put together. She's done a phenomenal job, I must say, of breaking it down. Right? This isn't about DART. This is about a lot of developers who are just used to getting whatever they want, and they have your politicians in their back pockets. DART is easy. He's easy to pick on. And the irony of it is he's probably not even your biggest problem. Because they know how much they're going to be scrutinized. They hire lawyers. They do their pads. They cross-check, double-check. They're going to do stuff and follow the law. The people you need to worry about are the companies, the developers that you don't even know their names. Y'all better wake up. I'm just saying. He's always going to be in the public eye because of who he is. The developers that you don't even know their names are the ones who got your politicians in their back pockets. Wow. There's a lot of them. Wendy says why he really resigned will probably never be confirmed, but his claims about Panton as a sole cause rings hollow. She goes on to say Seymour's own fears about his ability to take on the multitude of problems within the labor ministry and the indirect but very public criticism by his colleague Kenneth Bryan's billboard controversy are just as likely to fuel his journey across the floor. So in other words, he wasn't even doing anything. He wasn't getting nothing done. Right? WORC falls under him. Labor with the minimum wage falls under him. She goes on to say that his concerns about where his future political fortunes might lie and undoubted pressure from the developers, whether or not they are his paymasters, are probably as much to blame for his departure as his claim that Panton's poor performance was behind his decision to step down 18 months before the official election campaign begins. Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Read the article. It is a must read. Seriously. So, total hogwash, again, coming from the progressives, Dwayne Seymour, Chris Saunders. Y'all need to wake up and smell the roses for what they actually are. Caller? Hello?
Hello?
Yes,
Sandy?
yes, sir.
You need to calm down a little bit because you could soon come down with a heart attack or a stroke. Your blood pressure has gone up 1,000 times. Anyway, you know, jellyfish have survived for 650 million years despite not having a brain.
Mm-hmm.
This gives so many of us people hope.
Ay. Thank you, Mr. Dexter.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Mr. Dexter always got a little laugh for us. Oh, Miss Barry Lee says, Miss Sandra, you speak the truth. If they hate you, it's because you're telling what they're doing. They hate God too, Miss Sandra. They're not there for Cayman. They're there for the furnish. Okay, I'm missing something here, I think. From different countries that come from overseas, pray to God and leave everything in his hands, but love them still. Just pray for them, trust them, pray for them, trust them. Okay, trust who? Well, I'm going to say this. What we need is more than prayer. God helps those who help themselves. And as Mr. Dexter said, if we're supposed to have a brain, then we need to start making some better decisions. And those decisions include looking closely at the caliber of individuals that we keep electing to political office. I mean, when you think about it, right? It hasn't taken someone like a Chris Saunders only 2 elections to believe that he's the cat's meow and that he's running this country and he's going to create civil unrest and do whatever he can. He's going to unseat Ween. He's going to do this. He's going to do that. Imagine if this man is in there for 2 more terms. Boy, y'all would never be able to get him out. And the level of corruption, right? This is where we have got to pay attention. Seriously, it is time for us to really rein this in. Once somebody is in a position, you can't stop them. As you can see, by hook or by crook, the likes of Chris will do whatever he can do to unseat this government. He's going to play people for the fool. He's going to send out misinformation in the atmosphere, in these community groups. He's going to do all of that, right, to get back in a position of power. The only way, folks, for us to now, what's the word I'm looking for? Make him powerless, but there's a specific word that I'm looking for. But the only way for us to, what is the word that I'm looking for? Not really disengage, but the only way for us to remove him from power is to remove him as an elected official. You can't put somebody this dangerous in as an elected official and think, oh, he's just going to sit on the back bench and do nothing. Yeah, we want to make him redundant, but there's another term that I'm looking for. It's just not coming to me. But thank you, Jordan. Not quite the word that I'm looking for, but decommission him. You know, that's not even the word I'm looking for. But anyway, you know, we have to remove people like him from political office. The country is small. 19 MPs. We have to understand that what that means is in a lot of elections, there will be this, everybody's sending me words that they think. It'll come to me at some point. You know, the only way that we can actually make effective change is that the majority of people that we should be elected should be principled men and women who cannot be bought by anybody. So, unfortunately, when you have it too close, they're always going to be using this leverage over the minority who are trying to do the right thing. Oh, we're going to run over with the progressives to form a government, right? Everybody would tell you they were shocked yesterday when they saw that photo because they would have put their neck on the chopping block And they would have sworn that Alden would never, ever, and these are hardcore PPM supporters who think they know Alden, you know. They're like, Sandy, Alden would never work with Chris Saunders and he would never work with Kenneth Bryan. So we're not going to worry about that. I said, boy, y'all fooler than I thought. They will work with anybody in anything to get in. This is the cold hard truth, folks. It does not matter. They will work with Chris Saunders regardless of what they've had to say about Chris Saunders in the past. They will work with Kenneth Bryan regardless of how many times he flip-flopped back and forth in opposition and how Alden fired him, put him on the brinks of bankruptcy. He's about to lose his home. He can't really stand Alden. Alden can't stand him. But when it comes to getting power back in this country, Alden will use him. He will tell Kenneth, bend over. I got to put it to you too. I got to ride you too. And if the circumstances are right, he gonna bend over and he gonna do it. So don't put your neck on the chopping block and swear for any of these politicians, as far as I'm concerned. Caller?
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, morning, Auntie Sandy. It's Johan. How you doing?
Morning. Good. How are you?
Listen, I missed the first segment of the show, and I think I've been listening for the last 90 minutes or so. And I wanted to make an appeal. I know you. I consider you a friend. I know Chris. I consider Chris a friend. You both have been friends and good and tight with each other. I would like to make an appeal whereby the three of us sit down. I don't need to be there,
Johan?
but you need a mediator. Because
Johan?
just let me finish my thought. Politics is one thing, and it's a dirty game, and it comes with a whole lot of different things. But I've seen you guys as friends, and I'm just
Johan?
It's disappointing to see a friendship fall out over politics.
Johan.
Can I just finish? You got to show.
No,
Okay,
and
go.
no. Let
No,
me tell you something.
You're not going to do it?
No.
Okay, let me finish my second point. Let me finish my second point. Chris Saunders is what he is. In your opinion, there are people that'll find good in him. There are people that'll think that you are the devil. And there's some of us that think you are a good person and that you provide an incredible service to the country on a daily basis. That's the nature of life. But what I would say is Chris is no longer with the government for whatever reasons. And there must be valid because there's no challenge to that or whatever, right? However, Chris Saunders is not the single most dangerous person in our country because Chris Saunders is educated, intelligent. He obviously has the respect of his constituents because they voted for him in overwhelming numbers and so on and so forth. But what I will say this is, when you look at the track record of the progressives, there's a reason why they didn't and were unable to form a government. When you talk about the progressives taking on board Chris Saunders, you have to remember the history of Cayman politics, where the progressives told the country for 20 years that McKeever Bush was the Antichrist. And in 2013, they forgot he was the Antichrist and all of his alleged transgressions. And they welcomed him into their bosom because it was the politically expedient thing to do. If I tell you you're a crook, I don't want to work with you and I don't want to deal with you, I won't deal with you. So all I'm saying to you and to the country that's listening, do not trust any politician because they will do whatever it takes to get whatever they need, to do whatever they have to do to keep the gravy train running. I lost an election in 2021. I think I'm a competent, educated, professional Caymanian. I thought running first time in a race, I thought I stood a good chance until I understood how elections are won. And elections are won by Caymanians willfully allowing themselves to be bought for peanuts. So Caymanians sell their votes to incumbents or to MPs or to candidates, and then they're shocked when the MPs forget about them or do something that benefits the true power in Cayman, which is the lobby of financiers, friends, business partners Because when you look at the number of people in this country,
Johan.
so hold on. Before they got into politics, during their time in politics, and after politics, you will understand politics is a game where a lot of uneducated, unqualified people that know the game and can buy the game with other people's money wins. So
right.
don't make it about Chris.
Let's get back to the point about Chris.
But you can't make it about Chris.
And I
Chris
want
is
you
not
to
the Antichrist.
I want you to pay attention.
Okay, go ahead.
I gotta bring you off the air because I want you to sit back and listen to me very, very carefully. What
All
I'm
I'm
about
saying,
to
let me finish up by saying this. Auntie Sandy,
yeah,
you and I have some good arguments. They're colorful. They're fantastic discussions, and it's two people that are passionate. All I'm saying is people cannot trust the progressives. They ran the country for 8 years. All the things that they're complaining about, they did not do. And they had an overwhelming majority to make those changes.
You need to wrap it up because Parliament is actually live now, and I'm going to bring
Okay,
that live to the people.
Go do your thing. Take care.
Okay, so to be very, very clear, and let me unequivocally answer Johan's question in case any of you might be waiting for the answer. The answer is going to be a resounding no, thank you. That's the nice me being as nice as I can be. I see Andrew said, oh, child, the glasses came off. The not so nice me is going to say, fuck Chris Saunders, fuck friendships, and save this country. That is why we're in the mess that we're in now. Too many friend business. You have demonstrated to me, if you thought that I was your friend, you would not come in my motherfucking house and lie to my blood clot face the way in which you did over politics. Huh? You wouldn't do it. You would have more respect for me as an individual, me as your so-called friend. So fuck you, Chris Saunders. And Johan, by extension, I'm going to tell you this morning, fuck you too, for even suggesting such a ludicrous thing. Somebody just said thank you for saying no to Johan's ludicrous proposal. Absolutely not. This has nothing to do with friendship. I must be concerned about a friendship, and I'm going to save a friendship when you have demonstrated you're going to throw people under the proverbial bus in this country? Huh? When you're going to harass people, good working, hard-working civil servants for your own small little pee-pee? That's more important to you than doing your job that we elected you to do? Yes, you're smart and you're still screwing things up. Country first, that's right. That is my whole point. They're boning these women left, right, and center, getting between the sheets with them so they can try to manipulate and control them. Well, not me, honey. It's not gonna work around here. There's no amount of boning in the world that would get me interested in selling my country down the river. Come on now. That is the most ludicrous thing I've heard in a very long time. Johan, you need to go sit down. That's not gonna work. Nope. The problem that you seem to be missing. Why don't I see the live stream for Parliament, by the way? I'm trying to find it. The problem that y'all seem to not be understanding when you make suggestions like this is, unfortunately, you don't understand that while you're talking about Alden and the progressives and the PPM being the bigger issue, it's only a matter of time. I'm telling you, Chris Saunders has the same traits as an Alden McLaughlin, and in some sense, maybe even worse. So if you don't decommission him now, if you don't neutralize him, that's probably the word I was looking for earlier. When do you think you're going to do it? In 2 terms? When he's going to be the next Alden McLaughlin in this country? You don't wait till someone gets all the power in the world and then say, oops, oh gosh, we should have seen that coming. He has demonstrated to me the caliber of person that he is. So fuck him and fuck anybody else who believes that they can just throw this country to the wolves. Whether the wolves are the other politicians, the big developers, I don't care. We have got to be prepared to stand up. And none of those other things should matter. Let me, for the sake of being completely clear. I have married a man who is a peacemaker. You couldn't find a more peaceful person in the world. He don't like no strife. He don't like no mix up. The man not into politics. He not into none of it. And I have said to him, at the sake of my own marriage and my own family, that I have to do what I have to do to be a change maker in this country. It is the only argument that I have in my marriage. So I'm putting my very relationship and my family on the line to try to bring some degree of truth to this country and the people of this country. You think I'm going to potentially sacrifice my own personal happiness and my own personal relationship and my family, right? And always have that be a point of contention in my relationship. And I must sit back and be worried about what the fuck Chris Saunders think about me and him was friends? Fuck him. I don't care. I'm making quite a significant sacrifice, whether y'all believe it or not. Every single time that I have to really put things on the line, my husband like, oh, what is this I hear now? I don't like this. And I got to tell him in a nice way, because he don't like profanity. Marlon, this ain't got nothing to do with you. You need to pull back, because I'm not going to compromise on this. So if I can tell my husband a nice way to fuck off too, I can tell the rest of people who don't quite understand the assignment to fuck off as well. All right. Legislative Assembly's in session. We know that the progressives is going to try to bring a vote of no confidence. Hold on. Hold on. Let's bring it in.
Right. Does suspend until the conclusion of Finance Committee. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. House is now suspended until the conclusion of Finance Committee.
Mm-hmm. Well, at least we can move on and get the businesses, some of the business of the country done. No thanks to Dwayne Seymour. All right, so the House has been properly suspended. I think that's it. Where's Chris Saunders with that big head fool? I don't even see him there. Did he show up to work today? Oh, there he is, all the way in the corner, talking to Alden. If he really even knew what Alden thought about him and his nappy head, he would go sit his ass down. Alden don't like you, Chris, and you don't like him either. But you see, this is the problem. Oh, let's pretend. Because the enemy of my enemy is my enemy. Fuck that too. Stand for what is right in this country. Listen to me. You and I could never, and I don't use the term friendship lightly, and those people who were actually my friends know exactly what I'm about to say. We were acquaintances, Chris Saunders, and I wasn't no friends, to be clear, Johan. Make sure you get it straight now. But if you ever in a million years think that you and I could be friends and you could continually lie to my face, yeah? And that there would be a way of repairing that situation? I mean, you don't understand the assignment. You don't understand what's going on. You clueless on that business. Friendships is not what is going to save this country. Let me be very, very clear. If Johan thinks that I've lost a friend, that might be for the best. Believe me, you. Not everything that you lose is a real loss, if you know what I mean. What I say, not every disappointment is a misfortune. That's all right. I'll be fine. I'm sure Chris Saunders will be fine too. We don't need no conversation. We don't need to broker nothing. He just needs to get the hell out of politics. And if I have to assist and facilitate that process, then it is what it is. There's no relationship in this world that would be worth me throwing in the towel, throwing this country down the river. I'm telling y'all that I've said to my own husband, who I sleep with, well, not every night because I sleep with my daughter, but on a fairly regular occasion, someone that I've been in a relationship with 10 years now, I'm telling him, please, sir, with all due respect, don't get in my way. I might love you, but I love my country more. I have a daughter now that I have to fight for in this same country. Your country, I hate to tell you, but it gone to the damn dogs. Caller. Hello, caller.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Do worry about friend. Your friend is your money in your pocket. That's your friend. Do worry about friend. I used to tell her my friend is my mother that I was born with, which I don't have, in my money in my pocket. That's your friend. When you not got that, you not got a friend.
Mm-hmm.
Like you say, fuck the friend.
Thank you, my dear. And for the record, we are off air, and that's why we can be a bit more colorful. Samuel, where came on detailing said, if I never have respect for you before, Miss Sandy, you have my respect today, 10,000%. I appreciate it, but I think people who know me know my position. You know what I'm saying? And the first time that Chris ran for politics, he came to me and asked me for a vote, and I told him no. And I should have listened to my inner voice then, because I saw things in him. I saw a level of arrogance and what I categorize as narcissistic behavior. And I said, no, Chris, you can't get a vote from me. And he stopped talking to me, and he got all upset, and he got all in his feelings. And then he eventually came back around and apologized with his little tail between his legs. And yeah, Sandy, I had some work to do. Some people tell you what they think, you want to hear, but their actions always speak louder than words. So you can't maintain a persona of honesty if you are truly not an honest person. The cracks will reveal themselves. So yes, the second time I gave him a vote, right? He got in, and it didn't take long for him to reveal his true colors. I'm not going no harder on him or easier on him than I am on Alden McLaughlin. Alden need to go too. So I don't want you to, the big bad wolves as progressives. I think I've made it clear that there are some serious flaws. As someone who was one of the founding members of the progressives, this is not what we imagined it to be. Never in a million years. And whilst Alden never had the pleasure of using me sexually, get it clear now, he has used me politically in the past for his own agenda and for furthering his own political career. And when you don't know you're being used, well, then you just don't know. But when you become more savvy and experienced in these things, you refuse to be used by these politicians. And that's why I say, give the devil his due. The one good piece of advice that McKeeva Bush has given me many, many years ago, and I'll never forget it. I was actually at Graham Rankin's house, and he was having one of his little get-togethers, and he invited me over, and he had his little fried fish and whatever, and McKeeva was there. And McKeeva always used to be cussing me out on the radio and this and that and carrying on with his ridiculousness. And he pulled me aside. He said, Sandy, I want to have a conversation with you. I said, all right, Mr. Mac, well, go on. You're a smart young lady and this, that. He said, these guys are using you politically. You have to be careful. You got to start thinking about yourself. And you know what? McKeeva Bush didn't have to give me that advice. And I think it was good, salient advice, and it made sense. And I thanked him for that, because I started to then look at the people around me, including the Alden McLaughlins of the world, including the Kurt Tibbetts of the world, and everybody else, with a slightly different lens. And say, what is the end game here? These people don't actually care about you, Sandy. If you couldn't pay your mortgage, then motherfuckers not giving you $1. Right? It's all about promoting their agenda, their political agenda. And on the back end, they're the ones who are getting the kickbacks and doing what they want to do. That's why you have to be loyal to God and your country and fuck everybody else, as far as I'm concerned. Simple as that. If they're not doing the right thing for the right reasons, then we don't even need to be acquaintances. We don't have to be friends. What would I be getting out of this, Johan? What would the country be getting out of this? For me and this man to sit down and have a conversation. Is he going to change his ways? No. Is he going to start being a truthful person? No. He's not going to do any of that. Hear what somebody say? Alden has actually said that he's not going to work with any big black Jamaican, meaning Chris Saunders. Well, everybody knows that Alden is a prejudiced little prick. Who can't stop straightening his hair because he believes he's white when he's not. So that comment would not surprise me one bit. I would believe that Alden would say something like that. Johan said he don't eat no more. My brown is good because you need to lose some weight anyway. As your friend, I'm telling you, you need to go on a diet. So brown is not going to help you. Chanel, good morning. Shalicia says Sandy's tea was a little bit too hot this morning. Oh, Lord have mercy. Leroy says Sandy turned into Samuel L. Jackson. Lord Jesus. Ms. Rena said this is where it's at, Lord. Poor Stacy. Y'all be blaming poor Stacy, but she putting something in my drink. Lavonna says, Miss Stacy, you've officially suspended from giving Sandy any more apple cider tea when on air. No, sir. Denver says, I think you're like me. Very few friends, if I can say few. Trust me. Count them on one hand, really. Andrew number, damn, I felt that hit. Everybody know Alden is prejudiced. I mean, come on now. And if the Jamaicans don't know it, y'all need to wake up. Most Jamaicans in this country are just being used by these idiots. It's funny how they never look out for you guys, none at all. What a mess. Mm-hmm. Yep. It is what it is. I'm not business with it. You know, the irony of it is my real friends and I understand that, not everything we can agree with. People are individuals. We all have individual opinions and stuff. I have to accept, even with COVID, some of my friends were like, Sandy, people are like, I don't agree with you with the whole vaccine thing and whatever. And they're like, how can you be friends with her? That's because I've known this person for almost 30 fucking years. You don't know the nature of our relationship. And just because she has a different opinion than me on a vaccine or in COVID, not her business. I was just praying that she never catch it and got too sick since she wasn't getting vaccinated. But if she wants to hold a different opinion, that's her business. That ain't got nothing to do with our friendship, huh? But guess what? She not gonna ever come to my face and lie. She understands that honesty is the foundation of any good relationship, of any good friendship, or even acquaintance. And the very people that we're electing can't even be honest. Oh, finance committee's in session now. Let's see what other business they can get done. Hold on, folks. Y'all keep watching because y'all need to pay attention.
We have a quorum, so the committee can commence its meeting. Just as a reminder, the quorum of Finance Committee is 10 members, excluding myself, the chairman of the committee. 10 members is a simple majority of 19.
Good.
And all 19 members, of course, are members of Finance Committee. The purpose of this meeting of Finance Committee is to consider the items shown in the hard copy material that has been distributed to all members, listing the request to Finance Committee for appropriation.
And by the way, hold on. While he getting those formalities out of the way, let me say this. We have over 630 people listening to the live stream right now. Do not log off. Y'all need to start doing better and paying attention to what is happening in this country. That's why they can so easily hoodwink you, because you will not sit down, even listen to finance committee or what is happening. So pay attention. I see you. I see who is here. Don't log off. Listen to what's going to happen in finance committee. Start educating yourselves about what's happening in this country. All right. Ciao.
Committee, when it comes to taking a vote on an item on the finance committee schedule, I shall ask for members' positions by posing the question. All those in favor of supplementary expenditure, in this case, I shall use the example EGA 5, primary education services, for an amount of $2,247,831 being approved, please say aye, and those against, no. Members, you might quite rightly ask the question, what are the financial implications of these specific 11 listed expenditures? The Section 12 supplementary expenditure requests now before this committee to be considered by honorable members total $68.8 million. With respect to the 2023 financial year, we have the following projections. The core government is expected to earn $1,033 million in total revenue for 2023, which would be $55.5 million higher than the $978.1 million shown in the original 2023 budget. And the $1,033 million projected for 2023 would be very marginally shy of the $1,037 million revenue projections stated in the April 2023 strategic policy statement for the 2023 financial year. Total operating expenditures for 2023, inclusive of the $68.8 million of operating expenditures now being considered by Finance Committee, has been estimated by ministries, portfolios, and offices to be $1,030 million. The net surplus for the 2023 financial year is therefore projected to be $3.3 million. And total bank balances are expected to be $484.4 million as at 31st December 2023. Honorable members, the government is scheduled or projected to comply with the 6 principles of responsible financial management as at 31st December 2023. So, honorable members, let us look at the first item on the schedule listed.
Mr. Chairman, sorry to disturb, but may I ask a question before we move on in relation to the information you've given us?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. The $1,030 million in expenditure, does that include the spending that would have been authorized for 2022 but carried over into 2023?
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, thank you for the question. The answer is yes. When ministries and portfolios and offices were asked to estimate or project their expenditures, it would have included those amounts which were carried forward.
Okay, the next question I have then, Mr. Chairman, is, I mean, $68 million to us seems like a fairly large sum of money that you are seeking authorization for to spend between between now and the end of the year. Was any effort made to see what surplus or what underspends there were in other areas that might have been offset some of this spending?
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, the answer is yes, but we take those to be implicit in the projected spending. I think members are aware that considerable requests were made to ensure that spending was appropriate and being done efficiently, and savings were realized where possible. So these projected expenditures would implicitly support an analysis of where savings could be found.
Thank you, sir. And then one final question really revolves around some of these appropriations. Are there amounts in here that have actually been committed or perhaps even spent already?
Honourable Leader of the Opposition, thank you for the question. Those ministries and agencies represented in the requests on this appropriation document before Finance Committee today were asked to confirm, and they did confirm that no commitment on spending has been made in respect of that, or no actual spending has been made in respect of the listed items. They have indicated, however, that they need to be able to get the funding in place to be able to move forward in October.
Okay.
Member for Red Bay.
Morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning, sir.
I'm not very good with numbers. I think you said that the projected expenditure, when this 68 million is added to the current appropriations, will total over $1 billion.
Honourable member from Red Bay, yes, the indication has been that this would total $1.03 billion in terms of estimates.
How many million make up $1 billion? I'm not very good with these things.
It is 1,000.
And you are projecting a surplus of 3 million or 300 million?
Honourable member from Red Bay, the projected surplus number is 3.3 million.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Member from Boddentown West.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just, I guess like the others, I just need to understand something before we, I guess, start looking at these expenses. I mean, I'm looking at the strategic policy statement here that was presented in April, and we were not expected to hit $1 billion in expenses until 2026. So naturally, looking also at the surplus at the time was projected to be, core government surplus was projected to be just under 62 million. And now we're basically understanding it's 3 million. Before, what is the total amount of funds that have been approved thus far for 2023 that can legally be spent. In other words, I know we have roughly 950 million that's already approved for the budget for this year. Plus they would have been spent from 2022 or approved spent from 2022 that would have been carried over into 2023. And then we would have had other that we have added so far. So just before we start, I just want to understand what is the legal amount that have been approved to be spent so far for the 2023 financial year.
Member, I'll respond to you momentarily. Member, I will ask the financial secretary to respond in detail to the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to all honorable members. Just to answer the honorable member's question, when we started the 2023 year, the original appropriation for that year, when you consult the plan and estimates document, was, say, $951 million. We went through, it obviously has gone through the 2022 year. When we were doing that, something, I think, of the magnitude of 24 million of that 951 was actually, I used the expression or word borrowed. So we took 24 million from the 951 and used it in 2022, which then brought the 951 down to 926, 927 million. Of course, in the 2022 financial year, a similar process happened. We had an original budget. We had $98 million of supplementaries for the 22 year. We added to that the 24 million that we just spoke about. And then we had the actual expenditure in 2022 of something like $967 million. The upshot of that is then at the end of 2022, it was of the magnitude of $76 million from 2022 that had not been spent and therefore eligible to be brought into 2023. So 951 subtract 24 million equals 926 million in 23. Bring forward 76 million from 2022. You're now at $1,003 million, thereabouts, 423 as a eligibility, if you like, ability to spend. Today, we have before the committee $68 million to be approved. Prior to today, through the Section 11.5 process, through the Section 12 process that was carried out in Finance Committee in June, we had roughly $36 million that had been approved by those two prior processes. The 11.5s plus the June Finance Committee approved was about 36 million. So today, with the committee's approval, would add another 68 to that. And so if that gets approved, we are talking about a total of $104 million then for the entire 2023 year as a supplementary. So as of right now, before the committee starts its deliberations on the $68 million, we have $1.03 billion plus the 36 million that was approved previously. So we're looking at, as of right now, a legal ability to spend of the magnitude of $1.039 billion. And we're looking to add 68 million to that. And if that then succeeds, then you would then face with $1.107 billion as an ability to spend in the current 23 year. Mr. Chairman, if I could just add one other point of detail, and that would be to say that the $98 million that we spoke about, that I just spoke about from the 22 year, approximately half of that 98 was actually spent in 22. So it is the case that oftentimes the amount requested as a supplementary is not spent 100% of the time. So when the chairman speaks of a surplus of $3 million for the 23 year, we all know that that's neither here nor there. That's so small. But the $3 million surplus is based on the belief, we don't know otherwise, that every single dollar that is requested as a supplementary will be spent. That's how you get the $3.3 million as a surplus, assuming that every single dollar here is spent. Our experience in 22 and in even prior years is that that isn't the case. 100% isn't always spent of the amount requested. But if you say to us, well, what do you think is actually going to be spent? Then we have to fall back on the position which the ministries and portfolios have indicated to us, which is they could spend $1.030 billion in the current 2023 year.
Mr. Chairman, just one short question to the Financial Secretary. FS, as a veteran of these things, are you comfortable with sailing so close to the wind? In other words, the risk that the government finishes the year in a deficit?
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Member from Red Bay. Of course, it's not comfortable sailing that close to the wind. 3 million is neither here nor there in terms of a surplus. It could easily turn into a break-even position. But I can only repeat what I've just said a short while ago, which is the 3.3 million surplus is based on every single dollar that is being requested actually being spent. And our experience thus far and evidence is that that is not going to occur. Whether it's 50% spent, whether it's 60% spent, whether it's 70% spent, I can't pick one of those numbers, one of those percentages. I can say that in 2022, approximately half of the supplementaries that were requested were actually spent.
Truly, Mr. Chairman, just to my own understanding then, if we approve the 68 million today, the legal spend would be $1.107 billion. But the House and the public is made to understand that only $1.030 billion of that is going to be spent, which means then that there's an extra 77 million somewhere that is not expected to be spent. So the question, therefore, then is where, if we expect that we're not going to spend 77 million, what exercise did we do to basically say we'll reduce that amount and ask for this amount? Because I am recognizing that this is the last year in a 2-year budget, and to legally have the authority to spend $1,107,000,000, which is even more than what you're looking to spend 3 years from now in 2026, is really scary. Because in essence, we would be giving the government the green light, recognizing what the revenues are to legally go into a deficit. If we said we're going to allow you to spend $1,107,000,000, knowing full well that the revenues for this year is going to be substantially less than that amount. So in essence, this finance committee is being asked to allow the government, if needs be, to be in a deficit position. Now, does that make sense?
Member for Bordentown West, yes. I understand your question. Member, I think by reference to what transpired in the 2022 financial year under the previous minister, when we would have been here in Finance Committee at a similar point in time, the projected deficit at that time would have been $40 million and not a current, although small, surplus of $3.3 million. So the Honorable Financial Secretary has noted that in 2022, there was $98 million of authorized expenditure, but only $51 million of that was actually spent. So there is a considerable, generally a considerable underspend. But we are obviously very concerned in terms of trying to make sure that where money is authorized to be spent, that we are cautious in spending that money and trying to achieve savings, as is typically the case.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Chairman. You see, Mr. Chairman, I had far more comfort in the skills of the previous finance minister to push back on these expenses. That's the reason why we had policies such as anything about $5,000 being approved by the minister and so forth. But to see now, like I said, based on the own estimate on the SPS that was presented here several months back, we're looking at spending $1,016,000,000 in 2026. And in essence, now we're asking to spend in 2023 more than we even expected to spend in 2026. And seeing where the ratios drift off to in 2026, again, as per the strategic policy statement that was presented here, then the question is, I'm asking is that with this level of spend and looking at the ratios and looking at the budget and everything, in terms of what we're committing to, it's really scary at this point. And I mean, bearing in mind, in 2022, we still had COVID to deal with. We had stipends that we were paying out, and we had an electricity assistance program. So in 2022 alone, we had $33 million of one-off costs. If we added that $33 million in one-off costs that did not come back into 2023, plus the $47 million, the surplus for 2022 would have been around $80 million. So now to not have those costs and looking at a $3 million surplus, I mean, it is, like I said, anyway, the members are free to vote whichever way they want to vote.
Member for Bordentown West, the Financial Secretary will address part of your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the honourable member for Bordentown West for his observations, which are obviously sensible observations. I would want to get back to what he referred to earlier as when he mentioned the figure of $77 million as an area that could possibly be gone after and attacked and reduced. In arriving at the $1,030,000,000 of operating expenditure for this current 23 year, as was said before, we canvassed ministries and portfolios and asked for their estimated operating expenditure for the year. And we have recorded those submissions. So each each ministry portfolio office can be held to those numbers, which total the billion and $30 million. So we can hold them to those total numbers, which if not exceeded, then would be at the level of the billion and 30 million. What I would say as well, Premier and honorable members, is that obviously some of the 2022 and the 2023 original appropriations contained amounts which were relatively small. So the best example I can give is in 2022 and in 2023, the original appropriations for your NGS 55 was of the magnitude of $21 million in each year. That was the original appropriation. The amount of actual expenditure on NGS 55 tertiary healthcare in 22 was of the magnitude of $51 million. So an additional 30 million of operating expenditures was approved for that year for the NGS 55. And even for the current 2023 financial year, again, the starting budget for NGS 55 was roughly the same $21 million. And we're destined to end up for 2023 at the same $52 million, $51 million for NGS 55 for this year as well. So in an attempt to, by way of one example, to address the honorable members' rightful query, your original starting points, your original budgets, to a great degree, in certain selective budgets, were understated with an amount of relatively small amounts, which then have to be supplemented by supplementaries. So your original budget numbers actually grow and grow. And so the numbers that the member speaks to in the future should be more reflective of what is going to, unfortunately, turn out to be actual experiences in those years, unless corrective action is taken.
You mentioned earlier, based on the submissions, that you can hold the ministry to these numbers. The only way to legally hold them to the numbers is you're not legally authorized to spend it. So the question is this then: where can we find the 77 million? Because clearly some areas are under budgeted, some are over budgeted, and we accept that coming into the end of a 2-year budget. The point is, if we know we're not going to spend the money in a particular area, wouldn't it be then prudent for us to make sure that at the end of the day, if that's not going to be spent, then we reduce that amount so no one goes out and get creative. But to leave 77 million of approval out there, knowing that people can move money around through Section 11.5s and all that kind of stuff, I mean, from that standpoint, the best place to limit it to that billion and 30 is in this committee. And if you want to move in between where you need to move to, that's fine. But to have an additional 77 million out there that can run the risk of this country running a deficit for any whatever reason, that's the part I'm uncomfortable with. If you're going to spend $1.30 billion and you need $1.30 billion, that's fine. It is $1.30 billion. And if the committee has to agree for the government to spend $1.30 billion, that's fine. But what where I'm uncomfortable is giving you the ability to spend $77 million more. And that is really where my discomfort comes from. So if we know we're not going to spend something in one area from now, you come to the end of September, you see that the money there is underspent, you got 3 more months to go, you know it's not going to be spent, you know what? Cut the budget from now, remove the number from now. That is really where I'm concerned about. But to literally know that the revenues are going to be literally $70 million less than what would be approved, in essence, we are then green lighting a possible deficit for this year based on the fact that we would have said to the government, we're giving you the okay to go and spend $1.107 billion, knowing that the revenues are going to be roughly $70 million less than that. And that is what it is I'm looking for, because I really and truly don't want us or the country to go back into a deficit. And that's the part that is that I'm really worried about at this point.
Thank you, member from Button Down West. The Honorable Financial Secretary has some statistics that he might be able to share in order to give some degree of comfort. But it just in general, obviously, as Minister for Finance, Premier, and in terms of cabinet, we are very conscious about spending, and we will try to ensure that we limit spending as much as possible. We have obviously had documents which have been released which indicate the extent to which efforts are made in order to encourage appropriate levels of efficiency and a conservative approach to spending. That is already out in the public sphere. So that is a clear example of the extent to which the government is seeking to control spending and will not simply allow spending to occur simply because it may already be authorized. Now, obviously, if it is perceived to be a significant risk, yes, we could come back down to the Finance Committee to remove authorization to spend, but we have controls over it as well before we even get to that level, and those controls will be exercised.
Mr. Chairman, it's good to get these preliminary thoughts and discussion out of the way. When are we going to get to the agenda?
Member from Bottom West.
West Bay West.
West Bay West. We will get to that point shortly. The Financial Secretary would just address the member from Bordentown West question, and then we'll come to dealing with the specific appropriation.
I do have
there won't be any further
question
questions after that.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to try and address one aspect of what the Honourable Member for Bordentown spoke about, and that is to say about it was concerning the revenue essentially being, $77 million less than the potential expenditure for the year, and therefore running the risk of a deficit of that magnitude. At the end of August, the 31st of August this year, the 1st of January numbers, 8 months of expenditure to the end of August on the operating expenditure side was $647 million. Let's just call that $650 million for rounding sake. $647.7 million. The ministries and portfolios have indicated that they believe that they can spend $1.03 billion. So that leaves then in the last 4 months of 23, September through December, to get to that $1.03 billion, we need to be spending of the magnitude of $382 million in those last 4 months. 382 million divided by 4 is of the magnitude of spending $95 million every single month for the last 4 months of the year. I can honestly say that in the first 8 months of this year, January through August, no month has even approached $95 million. So just by pure run rate, as the member is quite fond of saying, the run rate for the 8 months indicate that no, we're not going to reach the level of $1.03 billion. And therefore, if the estimated revenue projection for the year is $1.033 billion, it certainly there's an excellent chance that the government would have a small surplus on that basis. I think it's the member's point about restricting the ministry's portfolios and offices' ability to spend a max of the $1.03 billion and not allow the $77 million to remain on the table is a valid is a valid point, a valid area to pursue. And certainly it is the case that the ministers in cabinet would have available or can be given to them immediately what their individual ministry portfolio number is in the makeup of that total. And the cabinet can dictate that your expenditure shall be limited to the amount that you specified.
But Mr. Chairman, just one more question. The FS, who's a veteran, has made a very powerful case for why the government is not likely to spend the amount that is being requested. So, but that begs the question, why are we here? If the FS is so certain that we don't need this money, or certainly not all of this money, why are we here asking or dealing with a request for $68 million more?
A member from Red Bay, I think the simple answer is that it is difficult to predict exactly how much of a particular appropriation will be underspent. But the reality is it typically occurs that it is underspent. I'll allow one more question, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, back in August, you issued a memo asking, basically the civil service to cut $48 million, round numbers, out of this reduced spending by that amount between that time period and the end of the year. How does that feature and dovetail into the figures we presented here today? Are there any account given to savings that might be achieved there?
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, the letter was issued obviously to ministries and agencies asking to, if at all possible, achieve those kinds of savings. At this point, what we have before us in terms of the information provided is their best estimate of what they're likely to spend. As the Financial Secretary has indicated, based on the run rate, that is likely to be less than that. So while it is difficult to give a reasonable estimate, it is quite often the case that there is an underspend. Members, I thank you for the questions put. I would like to move on now to the specific appropriations, and I would take EGA 5, Primary Education Services, for an amount of $2,247,831. Are there any questions on this item?
Mr. Chairman, through you, I note here that in the narrative that reason given for the change is that the intention is to hire 14 mathematics specialist teachers. Have any of these been hired into position at this point?
Thank you, Mr. Leader. I will ask the Deputy Premier and Minister for Education to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as members would have known that we had the full concurrence of the House that it was an important strategic move to hire, based on statistics, 14 professional math teachers for the sole utilization within our primary school system. That is the plan. That still is the plan. And in fact, every minute that we're here and not voting on this particular vote is a minute more that we can't sign the contracts with those 4 teachers. We started the school about 3 weeks ago, so we've gone 3 weeks now without having them in the classrooms, but they're available to go once we get permission from this honorable House, which I sincerely implore all members to support.
Mr. Chairman, thanks to the Minister for that response. Glad to hear that at least they are identified and waiting to move forward. The other question I have really, it mentions it is to cover outsourced student services support. Can the Minister tell us what type of services or support are outsourced?
Mr. Chairman, I'm reliably informed that that is for the occupational therapists and the speech therapists that we're having to outsource quite for Cayman Brat. We're having a difficulty for the past 2 years, in fact, getting a full-time replacement. They were in place and they left, so we had to seek for new ones. And we were having an extremely difficult time for people to go to Cayman Brat. Mainly by the nature of the occupation. We see the same thing with the medical services. Persons in such professions need a number of patients to continue to keep up their own accreditations and their own upward mobility in their chosen fields. I am happy to report that the HR has indicated that 2 have now been identified to go, and I'm happy to hear that because it costs quite a bit to not only fly them from Grand Cayman to the Brat, but it's an inadequate services to the needed special needs persons within Cayman Brat because of the flight schedules and other logistical nightmares. Sometimes the flight comes, sometimes it doesn't come. Even when it does come, it leaves a huge backlog of students who are not being the beneficiaries of the intervention program that this government or the government has been proven to do. So I would once again implore the Honorable House to, as expeditious as possible, to approve this vote so that we can get those 2 specialists in place and that our Caymanian children can get the benefit of a world-class education.
Mr. Chair. Sorry, member for Georgetown Central, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can the minister say if all the assistant teachers have been hired?
I'll ask my acting chief officer, Honorable Chair, to identify herself and make a response to this Honorable Committee.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Mr.
Please,
Chair.
please state for the record your full name
Lynette
and title.
Monteith, Acting Chief Officer and the Minister of Education. Yes, that is correct. All of the assistant teachers have been hired.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? If not, we'll put this this item to the vote. All those in favor of respect to EGA 5 primary education services for an amount of $2,247,831 being approved, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no.
Mr. Chairman, sir, I can have a division, please.
Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly.
Aye.
Honorable Kenneth Bryan.
Aye.
Honorable Sabrina Turner.
Aye.
Honorable Johanna Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Andre Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Bernie Bush. Honorable Catherine Ebanks Wilkes.
Aye.
Miss Heather Bodden.
Aye.
Honorable Isaac Rankin.
Aye.
Honorable Makiva Bush.
Aye.
Honorable Roy McTaggart.
Abstain.
Mr. Joseph Hugh.
Abstain.
Mr. Moses Kirkconnell. Absent. Ms. Barbara Connolly.
Abstain.
Honorable Sir Alden McLaughlin.
Abstain.
Mr. David White.
Abstain.
Mr. Christopher Saunders,
Abstain.
Mr. Dwayne Seymour,
Abstain.
The result of the division is 10 ayes, 7 abstentions, and 1 absent. The ayes have it. Thank you very much, members. We'll move on to the next item, which is EGA 6, Secondary Education Services, for an amount of $6,804,000. Are there any questions on this item? If there are no questions, I will put this item to a vote. All those in favor of supplementary expenditure with respect to EGA 6, Secondary Education Services, for an amount of $6,804,000, please say aye.
Aye.
And those against, no.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
can I have a division, please?
Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly, Honorable Kenneth Bryan,
Aye.
Honorable Sabrina Turner,
Aye.
Honorable Johanna Ebanks, Honorable Andre Ebanks,
Aye.
Honorable Bernie Bush, Honorable Catherine Ebanks,
Aye.
Ms. Heather Borden,
Aye.
Honorable Isaac Rankin,
Aye.
Honorable Makiva Bush,
Aye.
Honorable Roy McTaggart,
Abstain.
Mr. Joseph Hugh,
Abstain.
Mr. Moses Kirkconnell, absent. Ms. Barbara Connolly,
Abstain.
Honorable Sir Alden McLaughlin,
Abstain.
Mr. David White,
Abstain.
Mr. Christopher Saunders,
Abstain.
Mr. Dwayne Seymour, absent.
Members, thank you. The result of the division is 10 ayes, 6 abstentions, and 2 absent. The ayes have it. We will now move on to the next item, which is EGA 8 in the schedule for the 2023 financial year. The appropriation description is financial maintenance and operations, facilities, maintenance, and operational school support services for an amount of $3,600,000. Are there any questions on this item? If there are no questions,
Mr. Chairman.
Before Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the reasons given in the document for the significant increase seem to me to be issues that ought to have been identified when the original budget was being prepared. I don't see any new service here. Centralized tendering and procurement services for capital and recurrent expenditure orders for schools, identifying quality suppliers, etc. managing tendering processes, student transportation, oversight of canteen services, oversight of janitorial services, oversight of campus security services, provision of building management and facility maintenance services. All of these are things that have to be done all the time. And so my question is, what has occurred to drive the cost up by $3.6 million from an original appropriation of $14,764,507?
Thank you, member from Red Bay, Chief Officer Monteith.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. In terms of transportation, there were additional routes put on for also the new John Gray's High School services came online, and those were services that we couldn't have predicted beforehand. And our infrastructure, many of our buildings are quite old, so there are increasing costs in maintaining those buildings.
Thank you, Chief Officer Monteith. If there are no further questions, I will put the matter to the vote. All those in favor of supplementary expenditure with respect to EGA 8, facilities, maintenance, and operational school support services, for an amount of $3,600,000, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it.
And Mr. Chairman, can I have a division, please?
Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly.
Aye.
Honorable Kenneth Bryan.
Aye.
Honorable Sabrina Turner.
Aye.
Honorable Johanna Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Andre Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Bernie Bush. Honorable Catherine Ebanks. Miss Heather Bodden.
Aye.
Honorable Isaac Rankin.
Aye.
Honorable Makiva Bush.
Aye.
Honorable Roy McTaggart.
Abstain.
Mr. Joseph Hugh.
Abstain.
Mr. Moses Kirkconnell. Absent. Miss Barbara Connolly.
Abstain.
Honorable Sir Alden McLaughlin.
Abstain.
Mr. David White.
Abstain.
Mr. Christopher Saunders.
Abstain.
Mr. Dwayne Seymour. Absent.
Members, the results of the division, 10 ayes, 6 abstentions, 2 absences. Again, the ayes have it. We will now move to the next appropriation item, which is the 4th item in the schedule. That is TP 30. Local and overseas scholarships and bursaries for an amount of $6,924,153. Are there any questions on this item? If there are no questions, I will put the item to the vote.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, which one are we doing? TP 30?
Yes.
Just one quick question. How many kids did we do scholarships for this year?
I'm reliable informed, Mr. Chair, 822 students.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much. And this is an increase of how much from the previous year?
Chief Officer Monteith.
Through you, Mr. Chair, 102 students increased.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If there are no further questions, I will put this item to the vote. All those in favor of supplementary expenditure with respect to TP 30, local and overseas scholarships and bursaries for an amount of 6,924,153. Please say aye.
Aye.
And those against, no. The ayes have it.
Division, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly,
Aye.
Honorable Kenneth Bryan,
Aye.
Honorable Sabrina Turner,
Aye.
Honorable Johanna Ebanks,
Aye.
Honorable Andre Ebanks,
Aye.
Honorable Berna Bush, Honorable Catherine Ebanks Wilkes,
Aye.
Miss Heather Bodden,
Aye.
Honorable Isaac Rankin,
Aye.
Honorable Makiva Bush,
Aye.
Honorable Roy McTaggart,
Abstain.
Mr. Joseph Hugh,
Abstain.
Mr. Moses Kirkconnell, absent. Miss Barbara Connolly,
Abstain.
Honorable Sir Alden McLaughlin,
Abstain.
Mr. David White,
Abstain.
Mr. Christopher Saunders,
Abstain.
Mr. Dwayne Seymour, absent.
Honourable members, the results of the division are as follows: 10 ayes, 6 abstentions, and 2 absences. Again, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chair, may I beg your indulgence before my educational staff leave to sincerely convey on the government's appreciation for them working assiduously as they usually do to ensure that we can get this very needed services. I would ask for them to be excused, as it's a great temptation to stay today, but we need to make sure that these services get expedited and that we can get our math teachers and our local scholarship recipients, especially that are waiting to be paid, all processed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I concur with your sentiments. We will now move to the next item, which is the 5th item on the schedule for the 23 financial year. That is OE 134, depreciation of executive assets, Ministry of District Administration and Lands, for an amount of $6,569,000. Are there any questions on this item?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Member from Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this item is referenced or is described as a depreciation of executive assets. The original appropriation when the 2022-2023 budget was appropriated was $685,000. The sum now being asked to be voted for as a depreciation amount is $6.5 million. The reason for appropriation change is stated to fund the depreciation of executive assets, roads and buildings in Cayman Brac and Little Cayman that were a part of the 2021 post-election transfer of assets from the previous ministry. My question is, Mr. Chairman, why was this amount then not appropriated to fund the depreciation of these assets when they were the responsibility of the previous ministry? It's the same assets.
Thank you, Member. Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to the Honorable Sir Alden for that question. Unfortunately, unless I got into the arena of indirect evidence, I'm not in a position to answer that because I was not the Minister of Finance at that time, neither was I the Minister of Tourism. It was under the previous ministry of which I was a part of the government, but not to that specific. Sorry, I said tourism. He had tourism and district admin. So that there's no confusion, it's not this current Minister of Tourism. It's my colleague, and just relaying the facts that they are. It just happened that my colleague, Honorable Moses Colonel, and so neither of us, my Deputy Chief Officer, myself, would know that. If the member wishes, I could try to get it in writing, or we could maybe ask the former Minister of Tourism if he knows, because I don't know.
Mr. Chair,
Minister of Finance, sorry.
Mr. Chairman, I think the minister is mistaken in her response. I'm not asking about the 2021 year. We came down here in 2022 and proposed a 2-year budget. It ought to have been dealt with in that budget, not the 2021 budget.
Member for Red Bay, thank you for the question. I think the financial secretary has information which would be useful in providing clarity on this issue in order to assist which I would ask him to provide at this point. You can provide any follow-up questions at that point, and to which the ministry may be willing to respond if they're able to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, Mr. Chairman, to answer the honourable member for Red Bay's question, it's the wording in the section of the page that deals with the reason for the appropriation change. I think it's not the best answer that could be given. I think the real reason for the increase in the amount of depreciation being requested now is because in late 2021, there was a wholesale exercise to revalue fixed assets throughout the entire government. And as a result of that exercise, asset values did increase. And so the depreciation amount increased as well. Now you can just visually see it here. It's a 10-fold increase. But that is the real driver behind why the depreciation has increased to this extent. It is not so much that there was an insufficient budget. That wasn't the real reason, because at the time the budgets were put together, which were the House approved in November 2021. At that time, the fixed asset revaluation exercise had not been completed. Mr. Chairman, what I can say too is that if we were to look at the amount of expenditure on this same item in 2021, the actual expenditure was 3.5 million in 2021 on this same category, OE 134. In 2022, the expenditure was $7 million. And so for 2023, with the amount being requested of $6.5 million, added to the original budget of almost 700,000, the expenditure for 23 would be of the magnitude of, again, 7.3 million. So that would be comparable then with the 2022 expenditure amount. So the real reason for the request is because of not so much budgeting the wrong amount, but there was an exercise, a revaluation exercise that took place after the 22 and 23 budgets were established.
Mr. Chairman.
That's fine.
Oh.
That's fine.
Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Member for Button Down West.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. Recognizing that, estimates and everything else can change. The question is, considering now all the different capital projects and all the stuff that has happened in this financial year, will there be any revaluation later on this year that may also trigger again another situation where the amount that we actually need is way more than actually what is actually required now? Because when you have just $3 million surplus for this year, and recognizing that this one estimate alone was over 6.5, well, almost a $6 million difference. I mean, you understand where we're coming from, where one exercise like this can literally wipe out the entire surplus for this year. Why we're a little bit scared about scaling this close to the wind?
Thank you, Member for Bottom West. The valuation exercise that is carried out by government is usually done on a 3 to 5 year basis. So on that basis, the earliest a revaluation exercise might occur would be 2025.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One last question on this issue. I remember in some months, some ministries had negative depreciation reported to the Ministry of Finance at the time. Have we gone through this year to make sure now that everyone is actually doing the depreciation correctly and that there are no negative depreciation that could probably skew these numbers or throw these numbers off? Because if you're saying last year it was, what was the amount you said was the last year? It was 7 million or something. But then we would have had assets on for this year that would have also, well, assets from last year that would have been fully depreciated increase the depreciation expense for this year. So the depreciation expense for this year is supposed to be greater than it is for last year, unless they were in a write-offs or anything like that.
Member for Bottom West, I'll have the Financial Secretary provide a response to you. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at a copy of a cabinet note that was done for August 2023 on the category of depreciation. All of the months thus far in the year do actually show a positive amount being charged for depreciation. Yes, yes, there is some variability in the monthly amounts, but they certainly are all positive. So just by way of example, for the month of January 23, the amount being depreciated for that month was 4.3 million. Then in February, it's 3.5 million. In March, it's 5.4 million, and so on. But there's no negative amounts being charged there.
Well, the thing about it is, FS, thanks very much. To go from 4.3 to 3.5 to 5.4, it would basically means that in the month of February, someone probably didn't reverse their accrual. And then it went back up. So there's a possibility then for the number to have come down. It would have mean that one ministry would have had negative depreciation within the month where they basically did not reaccrue the amount.
Yeah, the answer in that respect is that there might have been a ministry with zero depreciation value at that point. I think with respect to this item, we have thoroughly explored this issue.
I wouldn't mind if I could ask one more question.
Mr. Chair, go ahead. I just wanted to say I wouldn't mind if my finance team had an opportunity to elucidate on some of the exchanges earlier.
Indeed, Madam Minister, thank you. The record, please state your full name and title.
Deputy
corresponding.
Good morning. Deputy Chief Officer Acting Nicola Anderson Wildman. Just to answer the question earlier, through you, Mr. Chair, there was a valuation that was done on assets, and that is the main reason why we would not have budgeted or had the opportunity to budget prior to the 2022-2023 fiscal year. And just to clarify that our ministry, which was established in July 2021. The $3.5 million that was mentioned earlier was only for 6 months, so just to clarify that, and not for the full fiscal year. Also, subsequent to that, the depreciation has ranged between 7.1 to 7.2 million. This covers Cayman Brac Roads, Little Cayman Roads, and Sister Islands buildings, which were all reevaluated at significantly higher figures. And also, just to mention that the useful life varied significantly and much lower than what was expected, which has also spurred the increase in depreciation.
Thank you very much for that answer. If we have no further questions, I will put the item to a vote. All those in favor of supplementary expenditure with respect to OE 134, depreciation of executive assets, Ministry of District Administration and Lands, for an amount of $6,569,000, please say aye.
Aye.
And those against, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, we have a division,
Yes.
please.
Thank you.
Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly,
Aye.
Honorable Kenneth Bryan,
Aye.
Honorable Sabrina Turner,
Aye.
Honorable Johanna Ebanks,
Aye.
Honorable Andre Ebanks,
Aye.
Honorable Bernie Bush,
Aye.
Honorable Catherine Ebanks Wilkes,
Aye.
Ms. Heather Bodden,
Aye.
Honorable Isaac Rankin,
Aye.
Honorable Makiva Bush,
Aye.
Honorable Roy McTaggart,
Abstain.
Mr. Joseph Hugh,
Abstain.
Mr. Moses Kirkconnell, absent. Ms. Barbara Connolly,
Abstain.
Honorable Sir Alden McLaughlin,
Abstain.
Mr. David White,
Abstain.
Mr. Christopher Saunders,
Abstain.
Mr. Dwayne Seymour, absent.
Thank you, honorable members. The result of the division is 10 ayes, 6 abstentions, 2 absences. The ayes have it again.
Mr. Chair, once again, with your kind indulgence, I'd like to thank my staff in the ministry, civil servants, for putting this together and to be here to assist the committee in a formative methodology. Most grateful.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Premier, and I share those sentiments, as do all members on the government side. Thank you. Ladies and honorable members, we will now proceed to the next item on the schedule for the 23 financial year. That is HAF 5, Domestic and Aerodrome Aerodrome Fire Services, for an amount of $1,500,000. Are there any questions on this item?
Mr. Chairman, can
Member, Leader of the Opposition.
yes, sir. Thank you. Can you tell us what period this overtime relates to?
Thank you, Honorable Leader of the Opposition. The Minister for Home Affairs.
Mr. Chair, through you, I've been reliably told that this relates to meet overtime cost in 2023.
Thank you. Any further questions?
I'm just trying to understand then how we get a figure like 1.5 million for the year. Is there an issue with staffing in the domestic and aerodrome fire services that's causing people to work overtime?
Minister for Home Affairs.
Madam Chair, oh, sorry. Mr. Chairman, if you would indulge me to allow my chief officer to elaborate on this as it is pertaining to staffing.
Thank you. And Mr. Eubanks, if you could just state your full name and title for the record.
Michael Eubanks, Acting Chief Officer for the Ministry of Home Affairs. Mr. Chairman, through you, thank the member for the question. Absolutely. The Cayman Islands Fire Service has been operating with a deficit of about 30 fire officers, and it is in that particular rank, the frontline response officer, where we see the overtime driver placed from an organizational perspective. It is also probably not lost in this House that the Cayman Islands Fire Service has been evolving in terms of their response capability and capacity. So we are having to respond and prepare for both aviation, domestic structural brush fire calls. We've also seen an increase in the emergency medical response assist calls to our colleagues at the HSA. And the House will also be apprised that the fire service also engages in tandem with the Coast Guard with a maritime inshore response capability up to 2 miles. So it is the combination of those response services that oftentimes runs an unpredictable response mechanism in terms of overtime, having to put safe systems of work, in other words, the right amount of fire officers to match the risk profile of the scene at hand.
Through you again, Mr. Chairman. Chief Officer, can you tell us where is the greatest shortage, domestic, aerodrome, in terms of staffing?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
through
sir.
you. The biggest driver of the overtime is on the domestic side of the fire service. And in response to identifying that gap, the fire service has, on the approval of the cabinet, recently set forth to recruit an additional 22 Caymanian fire service recruit officers. In tandem with that, we've also seen early successes in terms of partnership with DEH. The landfill fires are a very unpredictable driver of overtime in terms of putting fire officers on the front line. And with the compacting services that we've seen recently at the landfill, that also in combination with the additional recruits, we expect to see a reduction in the reliance on overtime on the domestic side of the operation.
Thank you, Mr. Eubanks. Any other questions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
Member from Georgetown North.
Mr. Chairman, through you, I just wanted for clarification, you said that you just got approval from Cabinet to hire another 22. You said you were short 32 staff members. Did this happen recently, or how long have we had that shortage in staff members? And I'm just trying to figure out why we're just now getting approval to hire 22 when we've been 32 members short.
Thank you, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the member's question, in any organization, I suppose there is an attrition rate where we're trying to backfill and make sure that we have the right number of staffing to match the risk profile that the organization is facing. The fire service is actively trying to forecast and predict an evolving risk landscape when it comes to fire and rescue services. And so the decision to recruit the additional 22 fire officers came last year, and the funding was made available for that recently. Hence, the recruitment exercise is now ongoing.
Thank you, Mr. Eubanks. If there are no further questions, I will put this item to the vote. All those in favor of supplementary expenditure with respect to HAF 5, domestic and aerodrome fire services for an amount of $1,500,000, please say aye.
Aye.
And those against, no.
Mr. Chair,
The ayes.
can I have a division, please?
Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly.
Aye.
Honorable Kenneth Bryan.
Aye.
Honorable Sabrina Turner.
Aye.
Honorable Johanna Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Andre Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Bernie Bush.
Aye.
Honorable Catherine Ebanks Wilkes.
Aye.
Ms. Heather Bodin.
Aye.
Honorable Isaac Rankin.
Aye.
Honorable Makiva Bush.
Aye.
Honorable Roy McTaggart.
Abstain.
Mr. Joseph Hugh.
Abstain.
Mr. Moses Kirkconnell. Absent. Ms. Barbara Connolly.
Abstain.
Honorable Sir Alden McLaughlin.
Abstain.
Mr. David White.
Abstain.
Mr. Christopher Saunders.
Abstain.
Mr. Dwayne Seymour. Absent.
Honourable members, the results of the division are 10 ayes, 6 abstentions, 2 absences. The ayes have it. We will move on to the next item on the schedule for the 23 financial year. That is HAF 6, Regiment Services, for an amount of $135,186. Are there any questions on this item? If there are no questions, I will put this item to the vote. All those in favor of supplementary expenditure with respect to HAF 6, Regiment Services, for an amount of $135,186, please say aye.
Aye.
And those against, no. The ayes have it.
Division, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly.
Aye.
Honorable Kenneth Bryan.
Aye.
Honorable Sabrina Turner.
Aye.
Honorable Johanna Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Andre Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Bernie Bush. Honorable Catherine Ebanks Wilkes.
Aye.
Ms. Heather Bodin.
Aye.
Honorable Isaac Rankin.
Aye.
Honorable Makiva Bush.
Aye.
Honorable Roy McTaggart.
Abstain.
Mr. Joseph Hugh. Absent. Mr. Moses Kirkconnell. Absent. Ms. Barbara Connolly.
Abstain.
Honorable Sir Alden McLaughlin.
Aye. Us. Sorry, ma'am. Abstain.
Mr. David White.
Abstain.
Mr. Christopher Saunders.
Abstain.
Mr. Dwayne Seymour. Absent.
Thank you, honourable members. The result of the division stands at 10 ayes, 5 abstentions, and 3 absences. The ayes have it, as noted. We will now move on to the
Mr.
next.
Chair, with your indulgence, please. I'd like to take this time to publicly thank my ministerial team for their hard work and congratulate the support, those fire officers who've now been able to enter a new career field and, of course, the upward promotion from within. I want to thank my honorable colleagues for their support publicly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister, and those sentiments are shared. Thank you, members. Honourable members, we will now move on to the 8th item on the schedule for the 23 financial year. That is PAH 16, licensing of drivers and vehicles for an amount of $1 million. Are there any questions on this item?
Mr.
Honourable
Chairman.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, on the face of this, it appears that there is a more than doubling of the appropriation for the licensing of drivers and vehicles. But I am aware that this is probably not the full cost because of a potential, there are offsets in revenue that are netted. Can we get the minister or someone to explain to us how we get to the 2.1 million and the additional spending of 1 million?
Thank you, Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Bush, if you were responding as usual, would you please state your full name and title for the record?
Good morning. Apologies. I have a bit of a throat issue, Mr. Chair. Eric Bush, Chief Officer for the Ministry of Planning, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure. The honourable member is correct that the $917,000 that is appropriated by Cabinet is not the total budget for the Department of Vehicle and Driver's Licenses. In fact, the total approved original budget is $4.385 million. $173 million of that was taken or reduced in 2022 to uplift the 2022 budget. So, and then we received a Section 11.5 approval for $400,000, which makes the current revised budget $4.612 million. So the other part of that is from third-party revenue, to answer the member's question.
Thank you, Mr. Bush. Any further questions? Honourable.
Just one more from me.
Opposition. Thank you.
Mr.
One more
Bush.
question.
Thank you. In terms of the licensing activity that's taking place there now, it's substantially more. Do you have any figures at hand that you might be able to share with regard to the actual numbers?
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Mr. Bush.
Mr. Chair, if I can be allowed to defer to the director on those statistics.
Okay,
Director
thank you,
of DVDL.
Thank you, Mr. Nixon. As usual, please state your full name and title for the record.
Name is David Dixon, Director of Vehicle and Driver's Licensing. Pardon me till I get my papers. The total number of drivers on the current register is now 59,522. The total number of vehicle license is now 60,369 vehicles. On average, we average between 5,000 to 6,000 new vehicles to the register each year, and 400 to 500 new drivers each month, including Geneva transfer from foreign countries.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Any further questions?
One more, sir. Are you seeing any slowdown in the numbers of vehicles being licensed, new vehicles being licensed as a result of the recent changes and limitations on the age of vehicles or used vehicles being imported into the island?
To the honourable member, the only slowdown we've seen is the reduction in the age of vehicle, but the number of vehicles continue, and you appreciate that we would have had a population increase with the number of work permit holders. So they and their dependents rely heavily on that mode of transportation, which is private vehicles.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Sorry, Minister.
Through you, Mr. Chair, would it be fair to say, based on your answer just now, that you're seeing a drop in the age of vehicles, that the government policy is actually working based on that data?
To the honorable member, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. If there are no other questions, I propose to put the matter to a vote. All those in favor of supplementary expenditure with respect to PAH 16, licensing of drivers and vehicles for an amount of $1 million, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Division, please, sir.
Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly,
Aye.
Honorable Kenneth Bryan,
Aye.
Honorable Sabrina Turner,
Aye.
Honorable Johanna Ebanks,
Aye.
Honorable Andre Ebanks,
Aye.
Honorable Bernie Bush,
Aye.
Honorable Catherine Ebanks Wilkes,
Aye.
Miss Heather Budden,
Aye.
Honorable Isaac Rankin,
Aye.
Honorable Makiva Bush,
Aye.
Honorable Roy McTaggart,
Abstain.
Mr. Joseph Hugh,
Abstain.
Mr. Moses Kirkconnell, absent. Miss Barbara Connolly,
Abstain.
Honorable Sir Alden McLaughlin,
Abstain.
Mr. David White,
Abstain.
Mr. Christopher Saunders,
Abstain.
Mr. Dwayne Seymour, absent.
Honorable members, the result of the division is 10 ayes, 6 abstentions, and 2 absentees. The ayes have it, as noted. Honorable members, let us look at the 10th item on the schedule for the 2023 financial year. That is HEA 2, the 9th item, HEA 2, which is medical care for indigents for an amount of $9,368,000. If we could pause for a moment, I would like to extend the opportunity to the minister to thank his team. Minister, just the opportunity for you to thank your team.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I just wanted to thank the team of DVDL, the ministry, the chief officer for all the hard work that they've done and all the hard work that they continue to do for the team. Bye.
Thank you, and the chair shares those sentiments. Apologies for moving very quickly there. Okay, so members, we will move then to the 9th item on the schedule, which is HEA 2, medical care for indigents for an amount of $9,368,000, as noted earlier. Are there any questions on this item?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Member for Red Bay.
Mr. Chairman, this is a medical care for indigents. The original appropriation in 2023 was for $12 million. We are now being asked to approve a revised appropriation of $22,568,000. 12 million for the original appropriation, 3.2 million moved out of the 2023 or appropriation and utilized in 2022. 9,368,000 supplementary appropriation now being requested under Section 12 of the PMFA, and 4.4 million approved by Cabinet under Section 11.5 of the same Act. I have a number of questions, Mr. Chairman. This is for provision for medical care to indigent patients primary care, secondary care, and dental and mental health care. My first question, Mr. Chairman, is this amount already spent or committed? That is the amount we are now being asked to approve, which is $9,368,000.
Thank you, Member for Red Bay. I think we had noted earlier in some preliminary questions that this item would not have been spent, but I will allow Ms. Pucci to respond. Ms. Pucci, if you would state your full name and title for the record as usual. Thank you.
Good morning, Nellie Pucci, Chief Officer of the Ministry of Health and Wellness. Mr. Chairman, through you, no, these funds have not yet been spent.
Mr. Chairman, I wish to thank the Chief Officer through you for the answer. So, Mr. Chairman, I wonder if the Chief Officer can confirm that they are projecting to spend more than $3 million a month on medical care for indigents between now and the end of this fiscal year, which is October, November, and December.
Chief Officer Pucci.
Mr. Chairman, through you, that is correct. The burn rate has been the term that's been utilized quite frequently is approximately $3 million per month.
Mr. Chairman, I hope that the policy decision which is taken or is being taken in preparation of the upcoming budget takes these sums into account, and that we don't get presented here with a budget which is massively understated, because we've gone from 12 million to 22.5.
Member for Red Bay, thank you. I would note that those types of expenditures are typically difficult to forecast, and I would say that multiple administrations in the past have had a similar approach and a similar difficulty in trying to forecast those expenditures, and have indeed budgeted significantly less, knowing that it may be the forecast expenditures are going to be higher. So there is nothing new in that approach. Thank you. Are there any other questions?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman,
Member for West Bay West.
can I ask whether this particular amount, when it says medical care for indigents, would this be including the seamen as well in this grouping? Seamen? No?
Mr. Bush, I think the answer is no, it would not include expenses for seamen. There's a separate budget item in respect to that. Pardon me, member for West Bay West, not Mr. Bush. Are there any other questions in respect of this item?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Member from Boddentown West.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And when everyone knows where I stand on this, this is an issue that has been around for the longest time, that has plagued successive government. And before I ask my question, Mr. Speaker, I just want to kind of set the stage as to where my discomfort comes in the fact that the public purse is actually carrying this amount. Last year between, if memory serves me right, last year between NGS 55 and HA2, we spent roughly around $73 million. And going back again to the census, where 93% of the people in this country as per the 2021 census as health insurance. And those premiums are actually in excess of $300 and something million that people are actually paying to the insurance, the private insurance companies in premiums. The question is, through you, Mr. Chairman, is where are we with regards to the expansion of Cineco in terms of start getting more premiums out of the private sector in the sense of allowing more people to get into the government insurance company? Because what we have done and continue to do, Mr. Chairman, is privatize profits and socialize the losses. And at some point, we have to put our foot down because the public can't, we have to take care of our people, but the people can't continue being burdened by the fact that people have inadequate insurance in this country and they're resorting to the government to make up the difference. This is something that every government has faced, and at some point we have to put our foot down. So the question in that, Mr. Chairman, is in terms of what is the policy that we're looking at now, or how far along are we in terms of getting the expansion of Cineco so we can bring more people under the umbrella. And the whole idea of insurance is actually to spread risk where we don't end up with all the risk.
Thank you, Member for Bontown West.
Mr. Chair, if you would allow me, I think that would be more applicable to the next appropriation vote.
Actually, it goes to both of them because we have the HSA and the non-HSA. Well, the other question then, Mr. Chairman, just for my own, for listening public, if you look at the HSA's annual statements about 2020 and 2021, they actually
Member, does this relate? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. They actually beat budget by more than $33 million. Now, I don't really freak out much about HEA2 for the simple fact that this is within the government hospital, and this in essence is us providing a service via our own hospital. Now, it means if we're spending more in terms of expenses, it means that the HSA is making more in terms of revenues. And seeing that between 2020 and 2021, that the HSA exceeded budget by more than $33 million, my question is there any dividend or anything coming back to the government as a result of HSA's overperformance? Because if we're spending more, we should at least be getting back some dividend or something from the HSA. This is a government company.
Thank you, Member for Bordentown West. Is Chief Officer able to answer?
If it's talking in regards to dividends coming back to government, I think that would be a Ministry of Finance function, and whether or not that has been relayed to all SAGCs as to whether or not the government will be demanding a dividend payment or not.
Thank you, Chief Officer. The information I have been provided with is that no dividends have been received by the Finance Ministry from the HSA.
But, Mr. Chairman,
Member for Bordentown West.
Has there ever
Sorry,
been?
West Bay West.
Yes.
Pardon.
I know what you mean. Has there ever been such a thing as any dividends coming from the Health Services Authority?
In the past, they were losing money. Now they basically beat budget now by 33 million. So they're clearly doing much better than they did in the past. So having beat budget by 33 million between 2020 and 2021, as per their own annual financial statements. And part of that is the fact that government is spending more money with them. Then you would think that, I mean, it will help your ratios if you get it back because it goes towards the income.
But sorry, Mr. Chairman, but is the member saying that they made a
Member
profit
for
of 33 million?
No, they beat budget for 2020. They actually made a profit of about 8 million.
Mr. Chair, I'm not trying to be difficult, but other members need to be able to absorb the information.
Right.
They have to go through you as chair.
I absolutely agree. Thank you, Minister.
Too many questions being asked at the same time.
Mr. Chairman, when I referred my question to you, I said through you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Directly to the minister, and as long as I've been in the House, I know that is allowed. Anyway, I needed to get that clear because I have never known that HSA hasn't been made a profit as such that it could pay back government. I never heard about it, but that would be good if all of them could do so.
Thank you, member for West Bay West. Certainly there is a provision within the Public Management and Finance Act for a formula and to be applied to statutory authorities in respect of the identification of potential dividends. And my understanding is that that formula, when applied to HSA, has not resulted in any dividends being available or offered. Mr. Leader of the Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
No, nothing further, sir. Your last statement covered what I wanted to draw members' attention to, that there is a.
Thank you, sir. If there are no further questions, I'll put the, sorry, if there are no further questions, I'll put the item to a vote. All those in favor of supplementary expenditure, which with respect to HEA2 medical care for indigents for an amount of $9,368,000, please say aye.
Aye.
And those against, no. The ayes have it.
Chairman, may I have a division, please?
Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly. Honorable Kenneth Bryan.
Aye.
Honorable Sabrina Turner.
Aye.
Honorable Johanna Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Andre Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Bernie Bush.
Aye.
Honorable Catherine Ebanks Wilkes.
Aye.
Miss Heather Budden.
Aye.
Honorable Isaac Rankin.
Aye.
Honorable Makiva Bush. Honorable Roy McTaggart.
Abstain.
Mr. Joseph Hugh.
Abstain.
Mr. Moses Kirkconnell. Absent. Miss Barbara Connolly. Absent. Honorable Sir Alden McLaughlin.
Abstain.
Mr. David White.
Abstain.
Mr. Christopher Saunders.
Abstain.
Mr. Dwayne Seymour. Absent.
Honorable members, the result of the division is 10 ayes, 5 abstentions, and 3 absences. The ayes have it as noted. We will now move on to the next item, which is the 10th item in the schedule for the 2023 financial year. That is NGS 55, tertiary medical care at various local and overseas institutions, for an amount of $21,826,000. Are there any questions on this
Yes,
item?
Mr. Chairman.
Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is the notorious NGS 55. Tertiary medical care at various local and overseas institutions. Original appropriation for 2023, $21,593,371. And a revised appropriation of $52,419,371. This committee is being asked to approve $21,826,000. So, Mr. Chairman, we're being asked to approve more than twice the amount that was originally appropriated for the 2023 budget. Now, I think we all are aware that, as I said, this is notorious for varying greatly at this point in the year from what the original appropriation was. It includes overseas care for indigents, and then for seafarers, veterans, and with local and tertiary medical care. Aside from the concerns which we have voiced many times about how much government is having to spend on these things, I'm going to leave that to one side. I'll pick that up in the budget debate in a couple of months. But my concern here, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, relates to what both you and the Honorable Financial Secretary said about the surplus that is being projected. With such a slim surplus, we're looking at a burn rate, to use the Chief Officer's expression, of more than $7 million a month for this particular item. Does this not fill you, Mr. Chairman, with some real concern about whether or not you'll have any surplus?
Member for Red Bay, thank you for your question. The number that is projected in terms of the remainder of the year is featured already in the $1 billion and $30 million of forecasted expenditure, and that would therefore correspond to the $3 million in surplus that had previously been indicated. As I noted in earlier comments, in previous years, we've had very significant deficit and projections at this point in the year, and we end up with a significant swing and a resulting fairly modest surplus. So while it is difficult to accurately forecast these things, we do have a trend where these types of issues occur. In general, as you noted earlier, member, this is as you described it, the notorious NGS 55. It has been a considerable challenge for many administrations, as it is also a challenge for this administration. The Ministry of Health and Wellness is undertaking initiatives which will seek to help push down these types of expenditures for or under this particular appropriation reference by trying to implement wellness initiatives to specifically improve the long-term health of our people and to help manage these types of expenses. This is, I think, probably the first time that these types of initiatives will have been implemented, and this action attempted in order to have a positive impact on what is otherwise being a growing expenditure under NGS 55. So yes, we do share the concerns, and we are certainly attempting to find ways to mitigate the levels of increase that has historically been reflected in this particular appropriation. Are there any other questions in respect to this item? If not, I will put the item to the vote. All those in favor of supplementary expenditure with respect to NGS 55, tertiary medical care at various local and overseas institutions, for an amount of $21,826,000, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no.
Mr.
The ayes.
Mr. Chair, can I have a division to see who supports the indigent, please?
Thank you. We will.
Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly.
Aye.
Honorable Kenneth Bryan.
Aye.
Honorable Sabrina Turner.
Aye.
Honorable Johanny Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Andre Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Brenda Bush.
Aye.
Honorable Catherine Ebanks Wilkes,
Aye.
Ms. Heather Bodin,
Aye.
Honorable Isaac Rankin,
Aye.
Honorable Makiva Bush,
Aye.
Honorable Roy McTaggart,
Abstain.
Mr. Joseph Hugh,
Abstain.
Mr. Moses Kirkconnell, absent. Ms. Barbara Connolly, absent. Honorable Sir Alden McLaughlin,
Abstain.
Mr. David White,
Abstain.
Mr. Christopher Saunders,
Abstain.
Mr. Dwayne Seymour, absent.
Honorable members, the result of the division is 10 ayes, 5 abstentions, and 3 absences. I know the hour is such that we're about 20 minutes past the normal lunch break, but given that we are close to finalizing the vote in respect to this,
Mr. Chair.
I will press on and I will give the Minister for Health and Wellness the opportunity to thank her staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to publicly thank the ministerial team and definitely finance for all their hard work, and definitely for the support of my colleagues in this initiative, making sure that our indigents and overseas bills can pay as we improve the lives of so many people over all three islands. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And as in the past, those sentiments are shared by the chair. We will now move on to the last item on the schedule, which is CIN2, health insurance for civil service pensioners, for an amount of $8,800,000. Are there any questions on this item?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Oh. Which one are we going with? Sorry, member for Redby.
Mr. Chairman, just asking for some explanation. Because the original appropriation was $36,564,714, it does not appear from this document that any raids were made on the fund, the 2023 funds in 2022. So my question is, what has caused the budget to need another $8,800,000 for the next 3 months?
Thank you, member for Red Bay. We have the acting deputy governor, an official member to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the honorable member for his question. The 2022-2023 budget for SIN2 reflects within it increases in the premium rates. There is approximately a 13% increase in 2022 over prior year and a further 5.6 premium increase in 2023. The impact of that, along with the forecasted increase in the number of persons who were insured under the program, required that we would need to have this higher sum. This was identified both at the SPS process and in the budgeting process, but we were not able to secure the full funding. This is a 24-month period, and the funds requested represent just under 3 months of operating expenses. This is something we anticipated would occur. We have been able to utilize our existing funding to carry us through the vast majority of the fiscal period, but we are requiring this funding now in order to close out the year as anticipated.
Thank you, acting deputy governor.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to thank the honorable acting DG for that, and just to ask one closing question. So we can expect in the upcoming budget a sum in excess of 45 million to be appropriated with respect to health insurance for civil service pensioners for 2024.
Mr. Chairman, I can't speak to a budgetary process that's ongoing. I can say that the, certainly based upon the current premium rates that we would require and the forecasted increases in the number of insured, that we would need no less than this to go into the upcoming year, as premiums are, premium rates would also have an impact on what we would need going forward. So to the extent that they increase and the number of persons insured increase, that would impact our request going into the budgetary process.
Thank you, Honorable Acting Deputy Governor. We have one more, we have a question from member for West Bay, Waddingtown West, pardon me.
Sorry. Mr. Chairman, through you to the Acting Honorable Deputy Governor, how many civil servants and civil servant dependents are we looking at included in this number?
Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, that is civil service pensioners, correct? Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I'm looking at information from our September billing, and it shows that the total number of insured persons are 2,477 persons, which would include primary insured and their dependents.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And through you, would you perchance have that number for last year, for 2022?
Just one moment, Mr. Chairman, just referring to my notes.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I am informed that that number as of December 2022 for primary insured and dependents was 2,451 persons.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, one final question. Recognizing that the civil service is the largest customer for the Cineco, and looking at Cineco's annual financial statements, I realized that the civil service and the civil service pensioners plans actually operate at a profit, and the other plans that Cineco operate actually runs at a loss. And in order for Cineco to remain regulatory compliant and they have to make a profit, it appears as if though the civil service is actually subsidizing the other losses of the other plans that are basically non-civil service members. With that, Mr. Chairman, the question is, are there any steps being taken? Because it appears as if though the civil service and the civil service pensions are being charged more. Are there any steps being taken at least to reconcile or at least get the true cost of what it is? Because it looks as if they are subsidizing the retirees from the private sector.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know that I'm best placed to speak to Cineco's pricing arrangements. I will say that we've provided our feedback on our observations, and the cost of healthcare doesn't just impact our civil service pensioners. That cost is passed through to every output the government produces. So it is a matter of pointed interest to POCS as well.
Thank you, Honorable Acting Deputy Governor. We do have, I think,
staff from Seneco who may be able to shed some light on that issue?
Actually, I have one more question for her first before we shift.
Okay.
Just in terms of value for money and the premiums being paid, would you say it's safe to say that introducing choice within the civil service for what it is that you're paying in terms of premiums, where civil service members would literally be able to go to whichever hospital or doctor they prefer? I mean, is that something that you guys are actively considering and making a proposal to Seneco in terms of what it is that you're paying per premium? Because if you look at it, you're actually paying rates that are literally competitive to the private sector in terms of private sector employees. So at least the civil servants and their dependents would have some level of choice. In other words, are you getting value for money for the price that you're paying?
Mr. Chairman, what I can say is that the civil service healthcare benefit as provided through Seneco is a very competitive one. It is one that does not involve any form of copay, any form of having to meet a deductible. It truly allows our employees, the vast majority of whom, well, the majority of whom, some 55%, are women, many of whom are single-parent households. It provides them peace of mind. It is a comprehensive form of insurance that allows us to know that our families, whatever ailment that they may encounter, that they will have access to world-class health care as a result. So for that peace of mind and the benefit that we provide, I think it is a very highly competitive area of our total compensation program. I'm always trying to make the numbers work. And so I continue to look at what plan design, what the implications of plan design are on the carrying cost of that benefit, because sustainability always has to be foremost in our mind. But in terms of, is it a valuable benefit, and how does that value compare to what we might expect with working elsewhere? I think the civil service has a very highly competitive offering in that area.
Thank you very much, Honorable Acting Deputy Governor. If there are no further questions, I will put this item to the vote. All those in favor of supplementary expenditure with respect to CIN2 health insurance for civil service pensioners for an amount of $8,800,000, please say aye.
Aye.
And
Mr.
those
Chair,
against, no.
can I have a division for those who support the healthcare insurance for civil servants and pensioners and their dependents, to see who supports it? Thank you.
Thank you, Wilden.
Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly.
Aye.
Honorable Kenneth Bryan.
Aye.
Honorable Sabrina Turner.
Aye.
Honorable Johanna Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Andre Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Bernard Bush. Aye. Honorable Catherine Ebanks Wilkes.
Aye.
Miss Heather Budden.
Aye.
Honorable Isaac Rankin.
Aye.
Honorable Makiva Bush.
Aye.
Honorable Roy McTaggart.
Abstain.
Mr. Joseph Hugh.
Abstain.
Mr. Moses Kirkconnell. Absent. Miss Barbara Connolly. Absent. Honorable Sir Alden McLaughlin.
Abstain.
Mr. David White.
Abstain.
Mr. Christopher Saunders.
Abstain.
Mr. Dwayne Seymour. Absent.
Honorable members, the result of the division is 10 ayes, 5 abstentions, and 3 absences. The ayes have it. The honorable members, this completes voting in respect of the items on the schedule for the 2023 financial year. I wish to thank honorable ministers, honorable parliamentary secretaries, chief officers, and other staff and civil servants that provided answers to questions raised, as well as to the honorable members of the opposition for their questions. The approval of these items by Finance Committee will now enable these items to form part of a supplementary appropriation bill for the 2023 financial year, which members will be aware will be presented to this committee no later than 3 months after the 2023 financial year ends on 31st December. So by 31st March 2024, that supplementary appropriation bill will be presented to this Parliament. Proceedings, honorable members, in Finance Committee on the examination of the 11 items as noted has come to an end. The next steps are as follows. Proceedings in Finance Committee are suspended to give the Clerk of Parliament
Chair.
time to...
Just before the suspension, I just wanted to ask a question of procedure. Mr. Chair, I've been in this Honorable House now 6 years, and all appropriation papers that have been brought never had at the bottom of the appropriation the outline of the Section 12, Section 11.5, Section 9.5s. Is this something that the ministry has now implemented that we're unaware of? And lastly, I noticed that it was not the same under appropriation that was not under an elected member, and the last one. So I just want to know if there is a new way forward that I'm unaware of and this committee should be aware of.
Honorable member, I will have the Honorable Financial Secretary respond on that question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The general answer is no. This does not represent any change in procedure at all. The reference to the Section 11.5s and the Section 9.5s was done simply to make it absolutely crystal clear to honorable members how the revised appropriations that we envisage at the end of a year were calculated. It's not always the situation where you take the original appropriation, you add a supplementary that is before the committee, and you add a cross, and you get the number at the end of the year. There are other steps in arriving at the end of year number which are not immediately apparent, and that reconciliation was then shown beneath the detail in the paper that honorable members of the committee received and were looked at during the course of this. So it does not represent a change in the procedure. And in respect of the one particular item that was not subject to a responsibility by a minister, the fact that there was no 11.5 reference, there was no 9.5 reference to that particular item would simply reflect the fact that those probably did not happen during the course of the year. Had they happened, we would have certainly have recorded them on the page.
Thank you very much. In respect of the next steps that were being outlined earlier, proceedings in Finance Committee are suspended to give the Clerk of Parliament time to prepare the committee report and its sorry. Sorry, thank you, members. Just in terms of clarity again, proceedings in Finance Committee are suspended to give the Clerk of Parliament time to prepare the committee report and its associated minutes.
Mr. Chairman, are you suspending Finance Committee, or do we adjourn Finance Committee to report back to the House?
Okay.
Yeah. What are you gonna do?
Thank you, honorable members. And just by way of clarity then, proceedings in Finance Committee will be suspended to give adjourned to give the Clerk of Parliament time to prepare the committee report and its associated minutes. When the committee's report minutes have been prepared, the committee will meet in the large committee room to review and approve the report and minutes. And then the House should be reconvened, and I shall table the committee report and minutes in Parliament and speak very briefly upon the tabling of the report and minutes. Therefore, the committee is now adjourned to enable these next steps. Thank you all very much for attending to the important business of these islands and enabling the delivery of services to our people. Thank you.
Is able to move to its more permanent location at the Tourism Waterfront Experience Project, which is just north of the Lobster Pot restaurant. The anticipated timeline for completion of that project is the year 2025. Consequently, all of the enhancements that have been put in place are temporary in nature and can easily be dismantled so not to hinder any future plans at the tower building site. From an end user perspective, a meeting was held with the craft market vendors on August the 26th of this year, and their feedback was positive, expressing contentment with the space that they have been provided. Given the additional time that the craft market would have to remain at the tower building site, and in an effort to keep our tourism product at acceptable levels, certain works will be carried out in the immediate future. And Madam Speaker, I recall a member requesting knowledge of any updates to the